Discussion on verses 1 to 45 of 45. This chapter begins with the praise of Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 1.
All praise is due to Allah.
The use of the word praise in this verse is highly significant. It is expressed in the form of a noun rather than a verb. This grammatical choice carries profound meaning. A noun conveys permanence, stability, and timelessness, whereas a verb indicates an action tied to a subject, time, or circumstance. By employing a noun, the verse establishes that all praise belongs to Allah, the Exalted, eternally, without beginning and without end. His worthiness of praise is not something that arises only when creation acknowledges Him. Rather, praise is an intrinsic and everlasting attribute of His divine being. Furthermore, the use of a noun removes the requirement for a doer of the action, which would be necessary if the verse used a verb. This indicates that even if not a single member of creation were to utter a word of praise or express gratitude, all praise would still belong exclusively to Allah, the Exalted. His majesty, perfection, and beauty do not increase through praise nor diminish through neglect. This principle is emphasized in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 6572, which highlights that the grandeur of Allah, the Exalted, is entirely independent of the recognition, worship, or praise of His creation. Chapter 29, Al-Ankabut, verse 6.
And whoever strives only strives for the benefit of himself. Indeed, Allah is free from need of the worlds.
This verse makes clear that every act of worship, striving, and obedience ultimately benefits the person performing it. Allah, the Exalted, gains nothing from it, for He is absolutely free of need. The entire universe, from the smallest particle to the greatest galaxy, depends on Him, while He depends on nothing and no one. Worship, therefore, is not an act that elevates Allah, the Exalted, nor does sin lower Him in any way. His perfection remains untouched and unchanged, regardless of the actions of creation. Understanding this reality is essential because it protects a person from falling into pride or self-importance when engaging in worship or acts of obedience. Sometimes, a person may begin to view their worship as a personal achievement or feel that they are doing Allah, the Exalted, a favor by praying, giving charity, or performing other righteous deeds. But when one truly grasps that all praise already belongs to Allah, the Exalted, regardless of human involvement, these feelings of pride quickly dissolve. A person recognizes that their worship benefits only themselves, and that their ability to engage in good deeds is itself a mercy, blessing, and opportunity granted by Allah, the Exalted. Therefore, rather than viewing worship as a burden or as a favor done to Allah, the Exalted, one should see it as a profound gift, an avenue through which a person can attain inner balance, spiritual nourishment, and peace in this life, as well as eternal success in the next. Worship aligns the heart, mind, and soul with the purpose for which they were created. It allows a person to rise above worldly distractions and connect with the One who controls every aspect of their existence. It purifies the heart, disciplines the desires, and brings clarity to the mind. In this way, the praise and worship of Allah, the Exalted, are acts of mercy bestowed upon humanity. Through them, a person finds direction, strength, and a sense of purpose. They become anchored in times of difficulty and humbled during times of ease. They discover that true contentment does not come from satisfying the ego, but from submitting it to the One who already possesses all praise, glory, and majesty, independent of all creation for all eternity. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 1.
All praise is due to Allah.
All four reasons for praise are found within Allah, the Exalted, innately and completely, without limitation or dependence. Anyone else who possesses even a trace of these qualities only does so because Allah, the Exalted, has granted it to them. Every perfection, every blessing, every act of favor, and every form of majesty found in creation is simply a reflection of what Allah, the Exalted, has placed within them. Therefore, He alone is truly deserving of all forms of praise, for He is their ultimate source and origin. The first reason for praise is that the one who is praised is full of perfection in respect to characteristics and attributes, while being free from any shortcomings. Allah, the Exalted, is the only one who embodies absolute perfection in His essence, attributes, and actions. His knowledge is complete, His power is limitless, His wisdom is flawless, and His mercy encompasses all things. There is no defect, no weakness, and no imperfection in him. Every attribute he possesses is perfect, eternal, and incomparable. Creation may exhibit glimpses of beauty, intelligence, strength, or mercy, but these qualities are limited, temporary, and dependent. Only Allah, the Exalted, possesses perfection that is pure, unchanging, and self-sustaining. Thus, He alone is worthy of praise due to His inherent and matchless perfection. The second reason for praise is that the one praised has done a favor or shown a kindness to another, and the praise they receive becomes an expression of gratitude. Allah, the Exalted, is the giver of every blessing, whether worldly or spiritual. Every breath a person takes, every heartbeat, every moment of safety, every experience of joy, every opportunity for guidance, and every door of repentance all come from Him alone. No created being can benefit another, except through the permission and decree of Allah, the Exalted. Every favor that reaches a person is, in reality, a favor from Him. Therefore, all gratitude ultimately belongs to Allah, the Exalted, for He is the one who continuously nurtures, sustains, and provides for His creation out of His mercy and generosity. The third reason for praise is that the one who praises hopes for a future favor from the one they are praising. A person may speak well of another, in the hope that they will receive assistance, kindness, or generosity in return. Yet no created being possesses the independent power to grant any favor. Their ability is restricted by weakness, limitation, and mortality. Allah, the Exalted, alone possesses the full power to grant every favor, whether guidance, sustenance, protection, forgiveness, or relief from hardship. He alone decrees benefit and harm, honor and humiliation, life and death. Therefore, all forms of hopeful praise and all appeals for favor must be directed solely to Him, for He is the only one who can grant what every heart longs for. The fourth reason for praise is that the one praised possesses qualities that inherently demand admiration and reverence, such as might, majesty, and power. Allah, the Exalted, possesses absolute dominion over the heavens and the earth. His throne encompasses the entire universe. His command is carried out without resistance. His power is irresistible, His decree is final, and His greatness transcends all understanding. Every particle in creation testifies to His majesty, willingly or unwillingly. The rising and setting of the sun, the movement of the stars, the life cycles of every creature, and the laws that govern existence, all point to His supreme power and authority. These qualities alone are enough to make every heart and tongue praise Him, even if no personal favor were ever received. Taken together, these four reasons firmly establish that every form of praise, whether due to inherent perfection, gratitude for favors, hope for future blessings, or recognition of overwhelming majesty, belongs solely and completely to Allah, the Exalted. He is the ultimate source of all goodness, the possessor of all perfection, and the one whose qualities demand eternal praise from all of creation. Through understanding these reasons, a person's heart becomes filled with humility, awe, and gratitude, recognizing that all praise, past, present, and future, rightfully belongs to Allah, the Exalted, alone. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 1.
All praise is due to Allah.
A person who does a favor for others is almost always motivated by some form of expected return, even if they are not fully conscious of it. This return may take different forms: seeking divine reward, hoping for praise and recognition from people, expecting a repayment of the favor in the future, desiring a strengthened social reputation, or simply wishing to avoid being labeled a miser or an uncaring individual. In many cases, the favor is offered with mixed intentions, partly for the benefit of others, but also partly to serve one's own interests or emotional needs. Because of these hidden motives, such a person cannot truly be considered a pure or selfless benefactor. Their giving, no matter how generous it appears, is influenced by personal gain, and thus they do not genuinely deserve unrestricted praise. By contrast, the generosity of Allah, the Exalted, is completely free from all such motives. He does not grant the creation countless and continuous blessings because He desires reward, recognition, or praise from them. He does not bestow His favors in pursuit of repayment, nor out of any need to protect Himself from criticism. Allah, the Exalted, is far above such limitations, for He is entirely free of need, while every other being is dependent on Him. Rather, he grants blessings solely out of his immense mercy, compassion, and care for his creation. Every breath a person takes, every heartbeat that sustains them, every form of provision they receive, every moment of safety, every opportunity for repentance, and every instance of guidance, all of these are manifestations of his pure generosity, given without expectation of return. This reality demonstrates a profound truth. Allah, the Exalted, gains no benefit whatsoever from granting blessings to creation. His kingdom does not increase by their gratitude, nor does it diminish through their ingratitude. His generosity is absolute and perfect, untainted by self-interest or the desire for compensation. His mercy encompasses all things. His favors never cease, and his giving flows continuously, even to those who deny him or disobey him. Such generosity is beyond human capacity, for no person can give in this way, freely, constantly, and without limitation. For this reason, Allah, the Exalted, alone is truly worthy of complete and unconditional praise. All human benefactors, no matter how kind or charitable they appear, are ultimately limited by personal needs, motives, and expectations. But Allah, the Exalted, is the perfect benefactor whose giving is pure, whose kindness is boundless, and whose favors are eternal. Recognizing this truth deepens one's humility, gratitude, and reverence, and it becomes clear that all praise belongs solely to Him, the one whose generosity knows no bounds. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 1.
All praise is due to Allah.
The very first step toward genuine belief in Allah, the Exalted, is cultivating sincere gratitude for the countless and ongoing blessings He bestows upon every person. Chapter 14, Ibrahim, verse 34.
And if you should count the favor of Allah, you could not enumerate them. Indeed, mankind is generally most unjust and ungrateful.
This verse illustrates two important truths. First, the blessings of Allah, the Exalted, are so vast and varied that no human being could ever fully account for them. Every aspect of life, from basic survival and health to guidance, opportunities, and inner strength, comes as a gift from Him. Second, it emphasizes the human tendency to overlook or undervalue these blessings, often forgetting to acknowledge or appreciate them. Ingrained in this verse is the reminder that true belief in Allah, the Exalted, cannot exist without gratitude. Faith is incomplete if a person is heedless of the favors that sustain, protect, and guide them. This connection between belief and gratitude is reinforced in Chapter 2, Al-Baqarah, verse 152.
So remember me, I will remember you. And be grateful to me, and do not deny me.
Here, Allah, the Exalted, links remembrance and gratitude directly to faith, showing that recognition of His favors is inseparable from true belief. Gratitude is not merely a verbal acknowledgement or a ritualistic act. It is an all-encompassing attitude that shapes intention, speech, and action. At the level of intention, gratitude begins with a sincere commitment to please Allah, the Exalted, in every circumstance. It involves consciously orienting one's heart and mind toward obedience, and recognizing that every blessing is a trust to be used wisely. At the level of speech, gratitude manifests in consistent, beneficial, and truthful communication, or choosing silence when no constructive words can be spoken. At the level of action, gratitude is expressed through the correct and purposeful use of all blessings, whether wealth, health, knowledge, relationships, or personal abilities, in accordance with the guidance of the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Gratitude in this sense goes far beyond fulfilling obligatory duties. It encompasses every choice, every interaction, and every opportunity to act in alignment with divine guidance. When a person lives with such comprehensive gratitude, Allah, the Exalted, fulfills His promise of increasing blessings, providing both material and spiritual benefits. Moreover, this practice cultivates inner peace, a balanced mental and physical state, and the wisdom to prioritize correctly in life, placing people, responsibilities, and resources in their proper context. Chapter 14, Ibrahim, verse 7.
And remember when your Lord proclaimed, "If you are grateful, I will surely increase you in favor."
In essence, gratitude is both the foundation of true faith and a key to holistic well-being. It allows a person to live in harmony with themselves, others, and Allah, the Exalted. Through consistent gratitude, the heart remains aware, the mind remains focused, and the soul remains connected to its Creator, preparing the individual for accountability on the day of judgment and ensuring success in this life and the next. When a person sincerely contemplates the universe and the countless systems within it, each perfectly balanced for human benefit, they cannot fail to recognize the oneness of Allah, the Exalted. Reflection upon creation naturally leads to gratitude, expressed through obedience and praise. The heavens and the earth, with their harmony and precision, testify to the existence of a single Creator who sustains all things. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 1.
All praise is due to Allah, Creator of the heavens and the earth.
This verse reminds humanity that every aspect of creation points back to Him. The beauty of the stars, the order of the planets, the cycles of nature, all are signs that there is only one who governs and sustains existence. To ignore these signs is to ignore the most obvious truth written into the very fabric of reality. Consider the distance of the sun from the earth. If it were even slightly closer, the planet would burn. If slightly further, it would freeze. This precise positioning allows life to flourish. The atmosphere too has been designed in a way that sustains life, maintaining purity and balance so that humans, animals, and plants can thrive. The balance of oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon dioxide is not accidental but deliberate, ensuring that breathing, growth, and survival are possible. Such precision cannot be explained by chance, it is evidence of divine wisdom. The alternation of day and night is another sign of divine design. Their lengths vary throughout the year to maximize benefit. If the days were excessively long, exhaustion would overwhelm people, preventing them from fulfilling their duties. If the nights were too long, livelihoods and learning would suffer, as people would lack sufficient time to work and study. If the nights were too short, rest and health would be compromised, leading to physical and mental imbalance. Even agriculture depends on this balance, for crops require precise cycles of light and darkness to grow. The harmony of these systems demonstrates that only one God governs the universe. Chapter 21, Al-Anbiya, verse 22.
Had there been within them, i.e., the heavens and earth gods besides Allah, they both would have been ruined.
This verse makes clear that the unity of creation is proof of the unity of the Creator. Multiple gods would desire different outcomes, leading to chaos. The perfect order of the universe is therefore undeniable evidence of divine oneness. The water cycle further illustrates divine perfection. Water evaporates, rises, condenses, and falls as rain. Mountains neutralize its acidity, making it suitable for human and animal use. The salt in the oceans prevents contamination from dead creatures, preserving marine life and protecting land life. The composition of water itself is balanced so that ships can sail upon it, while sea life thrives within it. If this balance were disrupted, one benefit would cancel out the other. Even today, sea transport remains the most vital means of moving goods across the globe, showing the enduring importance of this system. The fact that water sustains life, cleanses impurities, and enables commerce demonstrates its role as a divine gift. The winds are equally vital. They enable pollination, ensuring crops and trees reproduce. Without wind, agriculture would collapse, and life would be unsustainable. Historically, winds powered sea travel, enabling trade and exploration, and even now they remain essential for moving rain clouds to provide water across the earth. A lack of wind would cause stagnation, while excessive winds would bring destruction. Rain too is perfectly balanced. Too little causes drought and famine, while too much leads to floods. The balance of wind and rain ensures that life continues in harmony, providing sustenance and stability for all creation. Evolution is often described as a process of mutation and adaptation, yet by its very nature it is imperfect, producing irregularities and flaws. Mutations are random, and randomness cannot consistently produce balance, harmony, and purpose. When one observes the countless species across creation, however, they will find that each has been fashioned in a perfectly balanced way, enabling them to thrive in the environment in which they live. This perfection cannot be explained by accident or chance, but points clearly to deliberate design and divine wisdom. The sheer diversity of species, each suited to its own habitat, demonstrates that creation is not the result of blind processes but of purposeful planning. The camel is a striking example of this perfection. It has been created to withstand extreme heat and survive for long periods without water, making it perfectly suited for desert life. Its hump stores fat to be converted into energy, its nostrils can close against sandstorms, and its broad padded feet allow it to walk easily on shifting dunes. Even its ability to drink large amounts of water at once and store it for days is a sign of divine wisdom. Chapter 88 Al-Ghashiyah, verse 17.
Then do they not look at the camels, how they are created?
This verse calls humanity to reflect upon the camel's design, which is not the result of random mutation, but a sign of deliberate planning. The camel's unique features are not only beneficial for itself but also for humans, as it provides transport, milk and meat in harsh desert environments. The goat provides another profound lesson in divine design. It has been created in such a way that impurities within its body are perfectly separated from the milk it produces. Any mixing of the two would render the milk undrinkable, yet Allah, the Exalted, has created a system whereby pure palatable milk flows from between excretion and blood. Chapter 16 and Al, verse 66.
And indeed for you in grazing livestock is a lesson. We give you drink from what is in their bellies, between excretion and blood, pure milk palatable to drinkers.
This verse emphasizes that what appears impossible to human reasoning is made possible by divine wisdom. The goat's digestive and biological systems are perfectly balanced to produce nourishment for humanity. This is not an accident but a deliberate act of mercy from Allah, the Exalted, who provides sustenance in ways beyond human comprehension. Beyond individual species, the balance of lifespans and reproduction across creation is another sign of divine wisdom. Each species has been granted a specific lifespan and reproductive capacity that prevents one from overwhelming others. Flies, for example, live only 3 to 4 weeks but lay up to 500 eggs. If their lifespan were longer, their population would become disproportionate and overwhelm other species. By contrast, creatures with very long lifespans produce only a few offspring, ensuring moderation in their populations. This balance maintains harmony across ecosystems and prevents chaos. The moderation of lifespans and reproduction is a system that sustains the delicate equilibrium of life on Earth. It ensures that no species dominates to the detriment of others, and that all creatures can coexist within the framework of divine wisdom. This balance cannot be explained by imperfect processes such as evolution, which would inevitably produce imbalance and disorder. Instead, it is evidence of a creator who has designed every aspect of life with precision and purpose. Whoever sincerely reflects upon the perfectly balanced systems within creation, the harmony of the heavens and the earth, the alternation of day and night, the water cycle, the winds, the rain, the design of species, and countless other examples, cannot, with sound reason, deny the existence of a single creator who possesses absolute power over all things. Chapter 35 Fatir, verse 1.
All praise is due to Allah, creator of the heavens and the earth.
Some non-Muslims who recognize the existence of Allah, the Exalted, such as those in Mecca, often misunderstood his divine attributes. They attributed human weaknesses to him, including fatigue, and thus conceived of him as a worldly ruler. Since a ruler cannot manage all affairs alone, they believed he required assistants, like governors, to help oversee his domain. Following this flawed reasoning, many began venerating other beings, including angels, hoping to gain the favor of Allah, the Exalted. Yet Allah, the Exalted, warned against this misconception. The angels are humble creations of Allah, the Exalted, with no independent authority. They may intercede only with his permission, and possess no inherent ability to act on behalf of others. Chapter 35 Fatir, verse 1.
Who made the angels messengers having wings, 2 or 3 or 4? He increases in creation what he wills.
Islam establishes 2 fundamental truths. First, intercession is not an autonomous power of the angels or any creation. It occurs solely by the will of Allah, the Exalted. Second, angels are created beings who obey the commands of their Lord, demonstrating complete submission and humility before him. This refutes the belief that they can serve as intermediaries without his authorization. The lesson is enduring. No human limitation should be attributed to Allah, the Exalted, nor should his authority be presumed to be shared with any other being. He alone possesses absolute control and knowledge, and only He grants permission for intercession. Seeking intermediaries in worship reflects a misunderstanding of His perfection and a misdirection of devotion. True servitude lies in direct obedience to Allah, the Exalted, who alone holds power over all creation. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 1.
Indeed, Allah is over all things competent.
The notion of seeking to obey others in order to gain favor with Allah, the Exalted, represents a serious deviation from the core principles of Islamic belief. Some individuals, regrettably, dedicate their time, energy, and resources to following spiritual figures whom they perceive to have a special connection with Allah, the Exalted. They imagine these figures as analogous to governors in a worldly kingdom, uniquely linked to the king, and therefore capable of interceding on behalf of those who show them gifts, respect, or exaggerated devotion. In this way, such figures are treated as intermediaries between the general populace and Allah, the Exalted. However, this idea fundamentally contradicts Islamic teachings. The Holy Prophets, peace be upon them, never assumed the role of gatekeepers. Their mission was to illuminate the path leading to the pleasure of Allah, the Exalted, and to demonstrate the proper methods of obedience and worship. They did not solicit gifts, compensation, or displays of affection from their followers. Instead, they directed people to Allah, the Exalted, teaching that He alone possesses complete control and authority over the universe and full awareness of all that occurs. No intermediaries are necessary between Allah, the Exalted, and humanity. This principle is affirmed in the Holy Quran. For example, chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 186.
And when my servants ask you concerning me, indeed I am near. I respond to the invocation of the supplicant when he calls upon me.
And chapter 40 Ghafir, verse 60.
And your Lord says, call upon me, I will respond to you.
Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 255.
Who is it that can intercede with Him except by His permission?
These verses confirm that Allah, the Exalted, is near His servants and ready to respond directly to their supplications, without intermediaries. While intercession exists, it occurs solely by His permission, and no one possesses independent authority to grant it. Although intercession will take place on the Day of Judgment, it must never be treated lightly or with complacency. Disregard for its significance may result in being deprived of this divine mercy. Mockery or negligence regarding intercession often arises when individuals fail to use the blessings granted to them according to Islamic principles, yet still expect salvation through intercession. Those who mock or abandon the Holy Quran may face the testimony of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, against them on the Day of Judgment. Chapter 25 Al-Furqan, verse 30.
And the Messenger has said, O my Lord, indeed my people have taken this Quran as a thing abandoned.
This verse specifically concerns those who have acknowledged and embraced the Holy Quran. Non-Muslims, having not accepted its guidance, cannot be said to have abandoned it. The outcome for any individual against whom the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, bears witness on the Day of Judgment is self-evident. Even when intercession is granted, negligence may not eliminate punishment entirely. It may at most reduce its severity. Yet even the briefest experience of hell is profoundly unbearable. Therefore, genuine hope in intercession must be accompanied by sincere and active effort, namely, the proper use of the blessings one has been granted in accordance with the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Only then is it appropriate to hope for intercession on the Day of Judgment, with the understanding that Allah, the Exalted, alone authorizes it. Chapter 35 Fatir, verse 1.
Indeed, Allah is over all things competent.
Allah, the Exalted, reinforces the reality that He alone controls the affairs of the universe in the next verse. Chapter 35 Fatir, verse 2.
Whatever Allah grants to people of mercy, none can withhold it, and whatever He withholds, none can release it thereafter.
This verse establishes that mercy, provision, and opportunity are entirely in His hands. No power in creation can prevent what He has decreed to reach His servants, nor can any force release what He has withheld. This reality demonstrates that human beings, regardless of their wealth, influence, or authority, are powerless to alter the divine will. The blessings of health, wealth, knowledge, and guidance are granted only by Allah, the Exalted, and when He chooses to withhold them, no one can intervene. This truth is a reminder that reliance upon creation is futile, for all benefit and harm ultimately originate from Him alone. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, emphasized this boundless authority in a hadith recorded in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2516. He taught that no aspect of creation can aid an individual unless Allah, the Exalted, wills it, and no harm can reach a person unless He permits it. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 2.
And He is the Exalted in might.
It highlights that the universe operates only according to divine decree. Even if all of creation were to unite to benefit someone, they could not do so unless Allah, the Exalted, allowed it. Similarly, if all of creation were to unite to harm someone, they could not succeed unless Allah, the Exalted, permitted it. This teaching instills humility in the believer, reminding them that their fate is not in the hands of people but in the hands of Allah, the Exalted. This understanding does not mean that people should refrain from using the means Allah has placed in creation, such as medicine, livelihood, or other resources. Rather, it teaches that while one may employ these means, they must acknowledge that Allah, the Exalted, is the ultimate arbiter of all outcomes. Many sick individuals take medicine and recover, while others take the same medicine yet do not improve. This demonstrates that another element influences the final result, namely the will of Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 9 at Tawbah, verse 51.
Say, never will we be struck except by what Allah has decreed for us.
This verse reminds believers that outcomes are not determined by the means themselves, but by the decree of Allah, the Exalted. The means are tools created by Him, but success or failure lies in His command. This balance encourages believers to use the means responsibly, while placing their trust in Allah, the Exalted, alone. The one who comprehends this realizes that all events which are not directly connected to their behavior were unavoidable. Opportunities that were lost could not have been seized, and outcomes that occurred could not have been prevented. Therefore, regardless of the final result, even if it contradicts an individual's wishes, they must remain patient and trust that Allah, the Exalted, has chosen what is best for them, even if they cannot grasp the reasoning behind it. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
And chapter 35 Fatir, verse 2.
He is the Exalted in might, the wise.
When one genuinely comprehends this truth, they cease to depend on creation, realizing that no one can inherently inflict harm or provide benefit. They come to understand that every apparent source of help or harm in this world is merely a means established by Allah, the Exalted, and not an independent power in itself. This realization transforms their outlook on life, as they no longer place their hopes in people, wealth, or status, nor do they fear these things as if they had ultimate control. Instead, they turn wholeheartedly to Allah, the Exalted, seeking His assistance and protection through sincere obedience. They strive to fulfill His commands, avoid His prohibitions, and confront destiny with patience, following the noble example of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, who embodied reliance upon Allah in every circumstance. This inspires a person to place their trust in Allah, the Exalted, and to fear only Him, knowing with certainty that creation cannot harm them without His will. Recognizing that everything in life stems from Allah, the Exalted, is part of truly grasping His oneness, for it affirms that He alone is the source of all outcomes. This belief transcends merely uttering that none is worthy of worship except Allah, the Exalted. It is not a statement confined to the tongue, but a conviction deeply entrenched in the heart, shaping every thought, action, and decision. When this conviction takes root, a person will rely solely on Him, knowing He is the only one capable of assisting them in times of ease and hardship. They will submit to and obey Allah, the Exalted, in every aspect of their life, recognizing that obedience to Him is the path to peace of mind and success in both worlds. In truth, people obey others to seek protection from harm or to gain some advantage, but only Allah, the Exalted, can provide these, making Him the sole entity deserving of obedience and worship. If anyone chooses to obey another over Allah, the Exalted, it implies they believe that this other can offer benefit or shield them from harm, which reflects weakness in faith and a failure to grasp the reality of divine power. The origin of all events is Allah, the Exalted, and therefore a person should exclusively obey Him, for He is the Exalted in might, the wise. This understanding elevates one's faith from mere words to lived conviction, ensuring that their reliance, fear, and obedience are directed only to the one who truly controls all affairs. Allah, the Exalted, invites all people to reflect upon the signs embedded within creation, signs that unmistakably point to His oneness and reveal that He alone sustains and provides for all beings. Many such signs have already been discussed, yet they continue to surround every individual, encouraging reflection and recognition of divine control and power. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 3.
O mankind, remember the favor of Allah upon you. Is there any creator other than Allah who provides for you from the heaven and earth?
This verse highlights a profound truth. Every blessing a person enjoys, whether sustenance, protection, guidance, or opportunities, ultimately comes from Allah, the Exalted. Just as a person who provides for the basic needs of another, such as housing or sustenance, is owed gratitude, it is entirely appropriate and necessary for every individual to express gratitude to Allah, the Exalted, for the countless and continuous blessings He grants. Gratitude manifests in three complementary ways. First, gratitude in intention occurs when a person's actions are solely directed toward pleasing Allah, the Exalted. Any action performed for other motives, whether to gain recognition, social approval, or material benefit, does not earn reward from Allah, the Exalted. This principle is emphasized in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 3154. A clear indicator of sincere intention is that the individual does not expect praise, appreciation, or compensation from others. Second, gratitude of the tongue involves speaking words that are beneficial, true, and uplifting, or maintaining silence when no good can be spoken. Speech thus becomes a reflection of mindfulness and appreciation for the blessings of Allah, the Exalted. Third, gratitude in action requires using the blessings one has been granted, whether wealth, knowledge, health, or influence, in ways that are pleasing to Allah, the Exalted, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This practical expression of gratitude ensures that blessings are not wasted or misused, but serve to strengthen obedience, enhance balance, and cultivate peace of mind. When these conditions are fulfilled, Allah, the Exalted, increases His blessings and grants inner tranquility, as He promises in chapter 14, Ibrahim, verse 7.
If you are grateful, I will surely increase you in favor.
Moreover, a reflection on ownership clarifies why obedience and gratitude are obligatory. When a person owns an object, it is natural and appropriate for them to use it as they please. Similarly, Allah, the Exalted, is the Creator, owner, and sustainer of everything in the universe, including every human being. He alone determines what occurs in the universe and what does not. Recognizing this fundamental reality, it is only just and fitting for a person to obey Allah, the Exalted, since all that they possess and all that they are belong ultimately to Him. Worldly blessings granted by Allah, the Exalted, are like loans rather than outright gifts. Just as a person lending an object to another expects it to be used properly and returned, Allah, the Exalted, provides wealth, time, health, and opportunities as trusts. The proper repayment of these blessings occurs when they are used in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted, according to His guidance. In contrast, the blessings of paradise are a true gift, freely granted to the righteous, who will enjoy them without restriction. Chapter 7, Al-Araf, verse 43.
And they will be called, "This is paradise which you have been made to inherit for what you used to do."
Thus, a person must clearly differentiate between the temporary worldly blessings, which are entrusted to them as loans to be responsibly managed, and the eternal gifts of paradise, which will be granted as a reward for sincere obedience. Understanding this distinction is essential for cultivating gratitude, maintaining accountability, and achieving a balanced life that aligns intention, speech, and action with the guidance of Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 3.
Is there any creator other than Allah who provides for you from the heaven and earth? There is no deity except Him.
It is important to recognize that false deities are not the only entities to which a person can turn in worship or obedience instead of Allah, the Exalted. In fact, anything a person follows or submits to in ways that oppose Allah, such as social media, trends in fashion, cultural norms, peer pressure, or even influential individuals, can function as objects of indirect worship. True servitude belongs exclusively to Allah, the Exalted, and obeying anything that diverts one from His guidance is considered a form of misplaced devotion. Chapter 9 at Tawbah, verse 31.
They have taken their scholars and monks as lords besides Allah.
In this verse, the scholars and religious leaders themselves were not the objects of worship. Rather, the people obeyed them in ways that contradicted Allah's commands, which made this obedience tantamount to diverting worship away from Allah, the Exalted. Similarly, the Holy Quran teaches that even the devil can become an object of indirect allegiance. Chapter 36 Yasin, verse 60.
Did I not enjoin upon you, O children of Adam, that you not worship Satan, for indeed he is to you a clear enemy?
While most people do not actively worship the devil, they may follow his influence whenever they act in opposition to Allah, the Exalted. Likewise, any force or authority that leads a person away from Allah, whether social, cultural, or personal, functions as a false master in their life. When a person turns from obedience to Allah, the Exalted, they often find themselves under the control of multiple worldly masters, such as social expectations, peer influence, workplace demands, or popular trends. Trying to satisfy the demands of all these competing influences is both exhausting and impossible. Just as an employee reporting to multiple supervisors may struggle to meet conflicting expectations, a person who abandons servitude to Allah, the Exalted, becomes burdened by the unpredictable and demanding nature of these worldly forces. Over time, this can lead to emotional and psychological strain, manifesting as sadness, anxiety, isolation, or even severe depression, because the fleeting approval of worldly masters can never provide lasting fulfillment. Observing the lives of many public figures and celebrities illustrates this reality. Outward success and admiration often mask deep inner unrest caused by the pressures of serving multiple masters. Furthermore, obeying other influences in place of Allah, the Exalted, offers no benefit in the hereafter. People, trends, and societal pressures hold no power to guide, protect, or reward a person on the Day of Judgment. Only Allah, the Exalted, possesses the authority to provide true guidance, sustenance, forgiveness, and ultimate success. Therefore, a person must reject obedience to all entities that lead them away from Allah, the Exalted, and devote their submission solely to Him. This includes using every blessing, whether health, wealth, knowledge, relationships, or opportunities, in ways that align with the guidance of Allah, the Exalted, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. By doing so, a person secures inner peace, balances their mental and physical state, and arranges their life and relationships in their proper place. True freedom and tranquility are found in serving Allah, the Exalted, while yielding to worldly influences in place of Him leads only to stress, dissatisfaction, and spiritual instability. Chapter 35 Fatir, verse 3.
There is no deity except Him, so how are you deluded?
In reality, every person who abandons the divine code of conduct revealed by Allah, the Exalted, and instead follows systems created by human beings, does so primarily to satisfy worldly desires. Human-devised laws and codes are inevitably shaped by personal ambitions, inclinations, and self-interest. They reflect what people want, rather than what is universally just or inherently wise. Unlike the divine guidance of Allah, the Exalted, which is grounded in mercy, justice, and eternal wisdom, man-made systems are limited by the narrow perspectives and desires of their creators. Those with wealth, influence, and power are often the most resistant to divine guidance. They understand that submitting to the moral framework prescribed by Allah, the Exalted, would place boundaries on their unchecked desires, restrict exploitation, curb indulgence, and demand ethical responsibility in positions of authority. Out of fear of losing their privileges and status, they not only reject divine truth for themselves, but also seek to influence others to follow their example. In doing so, they attempt to safeguard their worldly advantages, even at the cost of their eternal well-being. This pattern is not new. Historically, the first opponents of the holy prophets, peace be upon them, were frequently the elite of society, those who feared that embracing divine guidance would diminish their influence and expose their injustices. Their opposition was rarely due to a lack of clarity regarding the truth of the message. The signs of Allah, the Exalted, were manifest and undeniable. Rather, their rejection arose from arrogance, pride, and attachment to their personal desires. In this way, the refusal to accept divine guidance is often a matter of the heart, not of intellect, a reluctance to restrain one's desires and submit to the authority of the Creator. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 4.
And if they deny you, already were messengers denied before you.
Allah, the Exalted, warns all people against allowing worldly desires and ambitions to dictate their choices, as this leads to the misuse of the blessings they have been granted. When a person prioritizes personal whims over divine guidance, their life becomes unbalanced. Their mental and physical well-being suffers, and they misplace priorities in every aspect of life. Family, friends, career, and wealth, each blessing intended to provide comfort and support, can instead become sources of stress, frustration, and conflict. As their attachment to desires persists, individuals may begin to blame others for their difficulties, such as spouses or colleagues. Cutting away these good relationships further compounds their mental distress, potentially leading to depression, substance abuse, or even suicidal tendencies. This pattern is observable in the lives of many wealthy or famous individuals who, despite enjoying worldly luxuries, fail to find lasting peace or contentment because they misuse the blessings they have been given. Furthermore, their neglect of divine guidance leaves them unprepared for accountability on the Day of Judgment. While worldly power and wealth may shield them from immediate consequences in this life, the ultimate return of all matters to Allah, the Exalted, ensures that their disobedience will be justly addressed in the hereafter. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 4.
And to Allah are returned all matters.
In this way, adherence to divine guidance is not merely a matter of obedience, it is the path to true balance, inner peace, and rightful prioritization of life's blessings. Those who ignore it may achieve temporary worldly gain, but they sacrifice both their mental and spiritual well-being and place themselves at risk of severe consequences in the life to come. Since obeying Allah, the Exalted, often requires restraint over personal desires and worldly ambitions, many people are inclined to persist in disobedience. Their attachment to immediate gratification, social recognition, or material gain can easily overshadow the awareness of divine guidance. Recognizing this tendency, Allah, the Exalted, encourages people to reflect deeply on Islamic teachings so that they do not allow fleeting desires to dictate their actions. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 5.
O mankind, indeed the promise of Allah is truth.
This verse underscores a fundamental reality. The promise of Allah, the Exalted, is absolute, certain, and unchanging. Every reward for obedience and every warning for disobedience is real and will inevitably come to pass. While some consequences may appear subtle or delayed in this world, their full impact will be realized in the hereafter, where nothing escapes divine justice. Those who recognize this truth and act in accordance with it will achieve peace of mind, balance in life, and ultimate salvation. In contrast, those who ignore or reject the divine promise will experience inner and outer imbalance, hardships, and the eventual loss of both worldly and eternal well-being. A wise person, therefore, understands the certainty of Allah's promise and uses this awareness to guide their choices. They strive to utilize every blessing in a way that pleases Allah, the Exalted, consciously aligning their intentions, speech, and actions with His guidance. By doing so, they prepare sincerely for accountability on the Day of Judgment, ensuring that their life is lived in harmony with divine wisdom, their mental and physical state remains balanced, and all people and resources within their life are correctly placed according to the guidance of Allah, the Exalted. In essence, reflecting on the certainty of Allah's promise encourages a person to prioritize obedience over fleeting desires, cultivating a life of tranquility, purpose, and readiness for both this world and the hereafter. Allah, the Exalted, warns every person not to allow worldly desires, distractions, or the influence of others to blind them to His promise and guidance. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 5.
Indeed the promise of Allah is truth, so let not the worldly life delude you.
This verse addresses a deep and universal human vulnerability. Many people become so absorbed in the pursuit of wealth, status, comfort, entertainment, and social approval that they gradually lose awareness of spiritual truths. Their perception of success and peace becomes entirely tied to material gains and societal recognition. This delusion is often reinforced by observing the majority. When people see those around them chasing worldly desires, they internalize the idea that happiness and fulfillment lie only in satisfying these cravings. Over time, what begins as observation can become a subconscious belief system, appearing normal and logical, even when it directly contradicts the guidance of Allah the Exalted. Influential sectors of society, such as businesses, media, celebrities, and public figures, often amplify this illusion, whether intentionally or unintentionally. By promoting the message that consumption, popularity, appearance, and pleasure constitute happiness, they reinforce a culture of materialism and self-interest. Those who adopt these values uncritically often fail to question whether these ideals align with truth or with the teachings of Allah the Exalted. A person must therefore guard against blindly following societal trends and majority behavior. The tendency to follow the majority is a well-known psychological phenomenon called social proof, the belief that if many people are doing something, it must be correct. Yet this assumption is deeply flawed. History is full of examples where the majority opinion was clearly wrong. The ancient belief that the earth was flat, that the sun revolved around the earth, or that diseases were caused merely by foul smells. In every era, truth remained constant even when upheld by a minority. A person must refuse to behave like mindless followers, moving automatically with the crowd without thought or reflection. Blind conformity can lead to misguided decisions in both worldly affairs and matters of faith. Chapter 6 Al-An'am, verse 116.
And if you obey most of those upon the earth, they will mislead you from the way of Allah. They follow not except assumption, and they are not but guessing.
This verse emphasizes that the majority often act on assumptions rather than knowledge. Cultural trends, public opinions, and popular norms frequently arise from personal desires, convenience, or speculation. They are transient and ever-changing, leaving those who rely on them in confusion and instability. A person who bases their life on shifting societal values will constantly change direction, pursuing one trend after another in the hope of finding fulfillment. In contrast, the guidance of Allah, the Exalted, is unchanging and eternal. When a person applies reason, intellect, and reflection to the teachings of Islam, they gain clarity and insight that safeguard them from manipulation, societal pressure, and superficial trends. Islam encourages learning, reflection on the signs of creation, and action based on knowledge rather than imitation. This approach protects the individual from the stress of trying to meet ever-shifting expectations, granting stability, balance, and clarity of purpose. Chapter 12 Yusuf, verse 108.
Say, this is my way, I invite to Allah with insight, I and those who follow me.
When a person grounds their worldview in divine guidance rather than public opinion, their heart becomes settled, and their principles remain firm even amid societal fluctuations. They no longer feel enslaved to the approval of others. Peace emerges from living in alignment with the purpose for which Allah, the Exalted, created them. In contrast, those who depend on society for guidance experience confusion, instability, and constant dissatisfaction. They chase desires that never provide lasting fulfillment, and their minds grow weary attempting to keep pace with changing social norms. What is praised today may be condemned tomorrow, and what is desired this year may be rejected the next. A person who bases their identity on such unstable foundations inevitably feels lost, anxious, and unsettled. The warning of Allah, the Exalted, is therefore a profound mercy. It reminds every person that the allure of worldly life can be deceiving, and that true success lies in resisting blind imitation. Genuine clarity, peace, and fulfillment emerge when a person follows the truth, even if it requires standing apart from the majority. Those who reflect on this guidance and adhere to the teachings of the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, will find their hearts and minds anchored, their life balanced, and their actions aligned with the purpose of creation, leading to peace of mind in this world and lasting success in the next. It is essential to understand that worldly possessions and pursuits, such as fame, wealth, authority, family, friends, and career, only hold true value when they are accompanied by peace of mind. Without this inner tranquility, the very things that people strive for most diligently can become sources of stress, anxiety, and hardship, affecting both this life and the hereafter. Rather than providing benefit, they can weigh heavily upon the individual, distorting priorities and undermining well-being. This reality is easily observed in the lives of the wealthy and famous. Despite enjoying immense material comforts and privileges, many experience mental instability, dissatisfaction, and emotional unrest. Their abundance has not brought lasting peace, because true serenity is not found in material possessions or worldly achievements. It is only attained through submission to Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 5.
Indeed, the promise of Allah is truth, so let not the worldly life delude you.
Consequently, every person must prioritize the pursuit of peace of mind over the accumulation of worldly desires. This peace is not achieved through wealth, status, or possessions alone, but through attaining mental and physical balance and correctly placing all aspects of one's life, relationships, career, resources, and responsibilities in their proper roles. When blessings are misused or treated as ends in themselves, they become burdens that disrupt harmony. When used in accordance with divine guidance, they become means of tranquility, stability, and success. The attainment of such balance requires acknowledging that Allah, the Exalted, alone possesses the knowledge and wisdom necessary to ensure a person's life achieves equilibrium. Human beings, no matter how advanced or knowledgeable, cannot create a system that perfectly accommodates the complexities of human existence. Societies may develop laws and frameworks, and science may uncover extraordinary insights about the physical body, the human mind, and social dynamics, yet these efforts remain limited and fallible. Even as researchers explore the functions of the brain or map aspects of human behavior, these discoveries represent only a fraction of the full reality of human existence. If humanity has not yet mastered the intricate workings of its own mind, body, and relationships, how can it hope to design a flawless system that governs every aspect of life in justice, wisdom, and balance? Man-made systems, by their very nature, are subject to error, bias, and revision. They cannot provide a universal framework that ensures true peace, equity, or fulfillment across all circumstances and eras. Only Allah, the Exalted, possesses the capability to accomplish this. As the creator of all things, His knowledge is boundless, encompassing every moment of the past, present, and future. His wisdom is perfect, His justice absolute, and His mercy all-encompassing. Unlike human beings, whose understanding is partial and foresight limited, Allah, the Exalted, knows every detail of creation and every circumstance that will arise within it. Therefore, He alone is rightly positioned to provide humanity with a divine code of conduct, a standard that clearly distinguishes between good and evil, beneficial and harmful, and guides individuals toward a life of balance and peace. His guidance is comprehensive, timeless, and free from error. Those who sincerely embrace this law find that it does not only govern external actions, but also cultivates the inner self. Following Allah's guidance nurtures tranquility of heart, clarity of mind, and strength of body. It provides the framework through which worldly blessings can be used correctly, priorities can be aligned, and peace of mind can flourish. In essence, obedience to Allah, the Exalted, is the only reliable path to harmony, fulfillment, and ultimate success in both this world and the hereafter. One of the most dangerous ways worldly desires deceive people is by instilling in them the false belief that they have ample time in this world to obey Allah, the Exalted, and prepare for accountability on the Day of Judgment. This misplaced hope is highly blameworthy, as it often causes individuals to prioritize the accumulation of material wealth and pleasures over preparing for the eternal hereafter. A simple reflection on a typical 24-hour day reveals this imbalance. How much time is devoted to worldly pursuits, work, entertainment, socializing, versus how much is spent in prayer, reflection, or charitable deeds? Most people will find that the majority of their hours are consumed by worldly matters, while only a small fraction is allocated to spiritual preparation. This demonstrates how the illusion of abundant time can lead to negligence of one's ultimate purpose. False hope in a long life is one of the most effective tools the devil uses to mislead humanity. By convincing a person that they have sufficient time to repent, reform, and prepare for the hereafter, he encourages continual procrastination. In reality, the future people anticipate rarely arrives as expected, and death can come suddenly, leaving them unprepared and filled with regret. This false hope also discourages sincere repentance and character reform. People may postpone abandoning sinful habits, thinking they can change later, or delay cultivating virtuous qualities under the assumption that they have time to improve when they are older. Similarly, it promotes hoarding of wealth, driven by the fear that one must secure provisions for old age without trusting in the continual providence of Allah, the Exalted. The reality is that Allah, the Exalted, provides for every creation according to His perfect knowledge and wisdom. Provision for all creatures was decreed 50,000 years before the creation of the heavens and the earth, as confirmed in Sahih Muslim, Hadith 6748. Yet many dedicate decades of their lives saving for a brief retirement period, while neglecting preparation for the eternal hereafter, which has no end. This misalignment of priorities reveals the profound deception of false hope. Islam does not forbid preparing for worldly needs. Saving for immediate necessities is permissible, but such preparation must never overshadow preparation for the eternal abode. True balance is achieved only when the hereafter remains the foremost concern. Despite being aware that death may come at any moment, many continue to behave as if life is infinite. They plan decades ahead for careers, wealth, homes, and social status, ignoring the certainty of death that could arrive at any instant. Some strive tirelessly for material accumulation, yet even if they were granted eternal life on earth, their efforts would still fall short of fulfilling every desire, limited as they are by time and physical capacity. This relentless pursuit of worldly gain blinds them to accountability and divine guidance. Observing how frequently people die earlier than expected illustrates this reality, yet few genuinely learn from it and adjust their priorities. The majority persist heedlessly, repeating the same mistakes, while only a small number take heed and reform their lives. One of the greatest pains a person will experience at the time of death, or in the hereafter, is the regret of having delayed preparation. Chapter 63 Al-Munafiqun, verses 10 to 11.
And spend in the way of Allah from what we have provided you before death approaches one of you, and he says, My Lord, if only you would delay me for a brief term so I would give charity and be of the righteous. But never will Allah delay a soul when its time has come. And Allah is aware of what you do.
These verses illustrate the futility of regret at the moment of death. Once the appointed time arrives, no delay is granted, and no opportunity remains for repentance or reform. The individual will desperately wish for more time, but their plea will be denied, for the decree of Allah, the Exalted, is absolute. The anguish of this realization, recognizing that wasted opportunities can never be recovered, is profound. Consider the analogy of dedicating years of effort to a house one will inhabit only briefly, while neglecting the construction of a permanent home for life. This reflects precisely the folly of prioritizing the temporal world over the eternal hereafter. The world is a temporary, fragile shelter, while the hereafter is vast, permanent, and enduring. Yet many invest all their energy into the fleeting comforts of this life, decorating, expanding, and protecting them, while neglecting the eternal home that awaits. Such misplaced effort exemplifies the peril of valuing worldly matters above everlasting salvation. A wise person recognizes the certainty of death and prioritizes preparation for what follows. They strive to balance worldly responsibilities with eternal obligations, never allowing temporal concerns to overshadow the pursuit of spiritual readiness. Death is certain, though its timing is hidden. Therefore, preparation for the hereafter must take precedence over speculative plans for the worldly future. Those who understand this truth manage their time, wealth, and actions with wisdom, ensuring that every blessing is used in accordance with the guidance of Allah, the Exalted. In doing so, they cultivate peace of mind, mental and physical balance, and the correct placement of everything and everyone in their life, preparing themselves for success in both this world and the hereafter. Chapter 35 Fatir verse 5.
Indeed, the promise of Allah is truth, so let not the worldly life delude you.
Those who reject belief or fail to act upon their faith in Islam do so primarily out of attachment to the material world and its fleeting attractions. They convince themselves that obedience to Allah, the Exalted, will limit their enjoyment, viewing faith not as a path to peace but as a constraint on their desires. For them, religion is a burden, and they either reject it openly or neglect its commands in practice. Instead, they immerse themselves in the pursuit of worldly pleasures, striving to satisfy their desires without restraint, believing that true freedom and happiness lie in indulgence. Such individuals often look down upon those who submit to Allah, the Exalted, and act upon their faith, seeing disciplined people who manage their resources and actions in accordance with divine guidance as lowly slaves deprived of pleasure. Yet this perception is entirely misleading. True slavery is not submission to divine wisdom, but enslavement to one's desires. The real superiority belongs to those who submit to Allah, the Exalted, for they are liberated from the chains of worldly illusions and fleeting pleasures. Those who reject divine guidance remain bound to their whims, while those who embrace faith rise above transient cravings, attaining lasting peace of mind and freedom from dependence on material indulgences. This principle can be illustrated with a simple yet profound example. A wise parent imposes dietary restrictions on their child, allowing unhealthy foods only occasionally while encouraging a balanced, nutritious diet. The child may perceive these rules as restrictive and feel enslaved, envying another child who is given complete freedom to eat whatever they desire, whenever they desire, and in any quantity. Outwardly, the unrestricted child appears happy, while the restricted child seems burdened by rules. However, over time, the truth becomes evident. The unrestricted child grows up unhealthy, suffering from obesity, diabetes, high blood pressure, and other complications that affect both body and mind. They become reliant on medications, face diminished self-confidence, and struggle with social and mental challenges. Their perceived freedom has led to bondage and suffering. In contrast, the child raised with restrictions develops health, discipline, and confidence, gaining strength of mind and body. They are liberated from dependence on medications, diseases, and the negative consequences of excess. The discipline and guidance they receive serve as a foundation for a balanced and successful life. This example demonstrates a profound truth. Restrictions imposed with wisdom are not chains but tools of liberation, while indulgence without limits leads to long-term enslavement and misery. Ultimately, the real slave is anyone who allows themselves to be dominated by forces other than Allah, the Exalted, whether social media, society, fashion, culture, or personal desires. Such servitude inevitably brings mental, physical, and social strain, as the individual becomes trapped in cycles of stress, dissatisfaction, and imbalance, continually attempting to meet the demands and expectations of external forces. True freedom, by contrast, belongs only to the person who submits entirely to Allah, the Exalted. Submission to Him brings peace of mind and body, harmony in life, and liberation from the endless chains of worldly desires. Real freedom is not indulgence in every whim but alignment with divine wisdom, which guides, protects, and elevates humanity. Obedience to Allah, the Exalted, is not a restriction. It is the ultimate liberation, freeing a person from dependence on the world and granting enduring peace and stability in both this life and the hereafter. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 5.
Indeed, the promise of Allah is truth, so let not the worldly life delude you.
Allah, the Exalted, warns every person not to allow the chief deceiver, the devil, to mislead them regarding himself and his divine attributes. This caution serves as a reminder that the devil does not merely tempt people through obvious sins, he also undermines faith in subtle and deceptive ways. He seeks to weaken the foundation of belief by planting doubts, offering false reassurances, and distorting the understanding of Allah, the Exalted. The danger lies in the fact that these deceptions often appear logical or comforting, making them difficult to detect. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 5.
And be not deceived about Allah by the deceiver.
Allah, the Exalted, issues a warning to humanity not to allow the chief deceiver, the devil, to mislead them regarding his nature and divine attributes. This caution is significant because the devil does not only misguide people through overt sins, his strategies are often subtle and insidious, targeting the very foundation of faith. He seeks to distort people's understanding of Allah, the Exalted, by sowing doubts, offering false reassurances, and presenting half-truths or exaggerations that appeal to human desires. Through these tactics, he convinces individuals that their perception of Allah, the Exalted, is flawed or incomplete, leading them to persist in disobedience while believing they remain secure. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 6.
Indeed, Satan is an enemy to you, so take him as an enemy. He only invites his party to be among the companions of the blaze.
This is why the Holy Quran repeatedly warns against being deceived by the devil, highlighting the ways in which he exploits human weakness, ignorance, and complacency. To guard against such deception, it is essential for every person to study the names and attributes of Allah, the Exalted, as revealed in the Holy Quran and explained in the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Understanding Allah, the Exalted, correctly fosters a sound belief that inspires sincere obedience and guides people to use the blessings they have been granted in ways pleasing to Him. When a person comprehends that Allah, the Exalted, is all-knowing, all-wise, and all-just, they live with awareness that every action is accounted for and every choice carries consequences. Conversely, ignorance of the divine attributes of Allah, the Exalted, can lead to misconceptions, such as wishful thinking or false assurances, making one vulnerable to the devil's misleading whispers. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 7.
Those who disbelieve will have a severe punishment.
For instance, a person who truly understands that Allah, the Exalted, is all-forgiving will strive to obey Him diligently, seeking His forgiveness through sincere repentance and genuine reform of character. This will ensure peace of mind, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 7.
And those who believe and do righteous deeds will have forgiveness and great reward.
In contrast, the devil may mislead someone who does not grasp the nature of divine forgiveness, convincing them that Allah, the Exalted, will pardon all sins regardless of their actions, particularly if they have verbally professed faith. Non-believers may similarly be deceived into thinking that, should Judgment Day occur, Allah, the Exalted, will forgive them regardless of their rejection of faith, assuming they will somehow be given a second chance. The devil further misguides both believers and non-believers by encouraging them to compare their misdeeds with those of others who are far worse, such as mass murderers, fostering a false sense of security that Allah, the Exalted, will overlook their sins. This deceptive reasoning diminishes the seriousness of accountability and trivializes the weight of disobedience. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 7.
Those who disbelieve will have a severe punishment.
It is critical to avoid adopting this mindset, for it only entrenches disobedience and leads to the misuse of the blessings Allah, the Exalted, has bestowed. Persisting in such an attitude disrupts mental and physical balance, misplaces priorities, and transforms blessings into burdens. Family, friends, career, wealth, all sources meant to support and nurture, become sources of stress and anxiety. Those who continue in disobedience may begin to blame the wrong entities for their hardships, even cutting off loved ones, which intensifies their suffering and may lead to mental health issues such as depression, substance dependence, or suicidal tendencies. This destructive pattern is observable among those who misuse their blessings, particularly the rich and famous, whose outward luxury often conceals inner turmoil and instability. Despite material abundance, they remain unfulfilled because they have neglected the guidance of Allah, the Exalted, which alone brings true peace. Furthermore, those who are misled by the devil and fail to back up their verbal declaration of faith with sincere and righteous actions face the grave risk of leaving this world without genuine faith. Such a loss is the extinguishing of the very light intended to guide a person towards salvation, and it represents the most profound and irreparable deprivation one can endure. Faith resembles a fragile flame. If it is not continually nurtured, it grows weak and may ultimately be extinguished. Maintaining this spiritual flame requires consistent care, through the obedience of Allah, the Exalted. The devil, however, seeks to deceive people into believing that faith can persist effortlessly, without effort or vigilance. This is a dangerous illusion, for faith demands constant attention, cultivation, and reinforcement. Those who actively tend to it, by reflecting on the guidance of Allah, the Exalted, performing good deeds, and aligning their intentions with divine commands, remain steadfast, protected and illuminated by its light. Conversely, those who neglect their faith allow the flame to dwindle, leaving themselves vulnerable to darkness and loss, both in this world and in the hereafter. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 7.
Those who disbelieve will have a severe punishment.
Without deliberate care, a person may find themselves deprived of guidance, peace, and ultimate success. This demonstrates the critical importance of sustained devotion and practical adherence to the path of Allah, the Exalted. Such commitment ensures the individual supports their verbal declaration of faith with actions by correctly utilizing the blessings they have been granted, as outlined in Islamic teachings. This process, in turn, allows them to obtain a balanced mental and physical state, correctly place everything and everyone within their life, and adequately prepare for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. This holistic behavior will therefore lead to peace of mind in both worlds. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 7.
And those who believe and do righteous deeds will have forgiveness and great reward.
When a person fails to accept this reality, and instead becomes consumed by worldly desires, they gradually lose control over their own actions. Their behavior becomes dictated solely by the urge to satisfy these desires, often without regard for the negative consequences that may follow. This situation is comparable to the condition of a drug addict, whose addiction takes control of their life. The addict may commit wrongful acts, such as theft or deceit, while remaining oblivious to the harm caused to themselves or others, because their judgment has been completely clouded. Similarly, unchecked worldly desires, whether the pursuit of wealth, status, or power, can develop into a form of addiction, dominating a person's thoughts, actions, and decisions. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 8.
Then is one to whom the evil of his deed has been made attractive, so he considers it good, like one rightly guided.
This demonstrates the critical importance of learning to regulate desires, and to pursue only those that are lawful, doing so in a balanced and disciplined manner. Failure to maintain this balance can result in immoral actions, physical ailments, and mental distress, all of which disrupt the harmony of life. Furthermore, Allah, the Exalted, does not impose guidance or misguidance upon anyone, as doing so would invalidate the test of life in this world. Rather, He presents the right path, leaving each individual free to make their choices, and ultimately holds them accountable in both this world and the hereafter. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 8.
For indeed, Allah allows to go astray whom He wills and guides whom He wills.
In light of this gift of free will, Allah, the Exalted, repeatedly reminds the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, not to despair over those who reject or ignore Islamic teachings. His role is not to compel belief, but to convey the message clearly, to embody the perfect model of conduct, and to guide others with clarity, sincerity, and compassion. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 8.
So do not let yourself perish over them in regret.
And chapter 88, Al-Ghashiyah, verses 21 to 22.
So remind you are only a reminder. You are not over them a controller.
These verses provide enduring guidance for anyone tasked with calling others to righteousness. They clarify that the responsibility of the caller is limited to delivering the message faithfully, leaving the results entirely to Allah, the Exalted, who alone guides hearts. Recognizing this truth liberates the caller from grief or frustration when their efforts seem fruitless. It prevents despair by reminding them that true success is not measured by the number of followers or worldly recognition, but by faithfulness in delivering the message. Those who sincerely seek guidance will respond when they encounter it, while those who persist in arrogance and heedlessness only harm themselves. A sincere seeker also understands that Allah, the Exalted, never places a burden upon a soul beyond its capacity. Every trial or challenge presents an opportunity to cultivate patience, discipline, and faith. Real peace in this world and the hereafter requires restraint and sacrifice. The individual must master their lower desires, recognizing that genuine fulfillment is not achieved through indulgence in wealth, status, or fame, but through spiritual growth and obedience to Allah, the Exalted. This truth becomes evident when one observes those who appear to possess every worldly advantage, yet remain restless, unsatisfied, and anxious. Despite their abundance, they have not attained peace, because true tranquility is only found in submission to Allah, the Exalted. Therefore, the The person who earnestly seeks peace must understand that true success is not achieved by forcing others to believe or by chasing worldly pleasures. Rather, it is realized by fulfilling their own duty, to follow the truth, to share it sincerely and compassionately, and to leave the outcome in the hands of Allah the Exalted, who guides whomever He wills with perfect wisdom. Embracing this perspective transforms the role of the caller from one of anxious control into one of serene trust. It ensures that their efforts remain pure, their patience firm, and their hope firmly anchored in the mercy and justice of Allah the Exalted. This understanding serves as a reminder that the ultimate measure of success is obedience and sincerity, not worldly acclaim. In this way, the caller becomes a living example of faith, demonstrating that guidance is a gift from Allah the Exalted. Humanity's responsibility is to faithfully deliver the message, while accountability for outcomes, in both this world and the hereafter, belongs solely to Allah the Exalted. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 8.
Indeed, Allah is knowing of what they do.
Allah, the Exalted, draws attention to various signs within creation that not only point unmistakably to His oneness, but also illustrate that He alone must be obeyed in every situation. These signs are not mere curiosities of nature. Rather, they are deliberate indicators of divine wisdom, control, and authority, reminding people that the entirety of existence is governed by His will. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 9.
And it is Allah who sends the winds.
The winds play an essential role in sustaining life on Earth. One of their most critical functions is in the process of pollination. Many plants, trees, and crops rely on the movement of the wind to transfer pollen, allowing reproduction and the continued survival of ecosystems. Without this mechanism, the food chain would be severely disrupted, and human sustenance would be in jeopardy. This natural process illustrates the intricate design embedded within creation, which operates in a precise and balanced manner under Allah's command. In addition to pollination, winds have historically been indispensable for human progress and interaction. Before the advent of modern engines and motors, winds were the primary force enabling sea travel. Ships relied entirely on favorable winds to transport people, goods, and resources across vast distances. Even today, maritime trade remains a cornerstone of global commerce, indirectly demonstrating that winds, as part of Allah's design, continue to facilitate essential aspects of human life. Furthermore, winds are critical in the movement of rain clouds across the earth. This natural phenomenon ensures that water reaches regions where it is most needed, sustaining crops, replenishing rivers, and providing drinking water for humans and animals alike. Without this system, life would struggle to endure, highlighting the fact that every element of nature is interconnected and dependent upon the perfect divine design. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 9.
It is Allah who sends the winds, and they stir the clouds.
The balance of the winds is a striking example of divine precision. Both the absence and excess of wind can lead to disorder. A complete lack of wind would prevent rain clouds from reaching necessary areas, causing droughts and famine, while uncontrolled or excessively strong winds can result in storms, destruction, and chaos. When one reflects upon the perfectly balanced system of the water cycle, it becomes abundantly clear that such a precise and harmonious process could not have arisen by chance. Every stage, from evaporation to precipitation and beyond, demonstrates a level of design and foresight that points unmistakably to a creator. Water from the seas, oceans, and other bodies of water is heated by the sun and rises into the atmosphere as vapor. This vapor eventually condenses to form clouds, which often produce rain. Some of this rain is naturally acidic, yet the earth has been created in such a way that these acids are neutralized when the water falls upon mountains and soil, ensuring that it becomes safe and beneficial for human use, for animals, and for plants. This process exemplifies a remarkable balance, showing that every aspect of creation has been carefully arranged to sustain life. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 9.
And we drive them to a dead land, and give life thereby to the earth after its lifelessness.
This verse illustrates the transformative power of water as a source of life, which revitalizes land that would otherwise remain barren and unproductive. The phrase, dead land, emphasizes the lifelessness and dependence of all creation upon the provision of Allah, the Exalted. The water cycle is not simply a mechanical process. It is a sign of Allah's mercy and wisdom, providing sustenance, balance, and the continuity of life on earth. The perfection of this system also demonstrates that even slight deviations could have catastrophic consequences. If evaporation, condensation, precipitation, or the neutralization of acidic rain were to be altered even slightly, it would create immense harm. Crops would fail, fresh water would become unusable, ecosystems would collapse, and countless species, including humans, would suffer. Such a delicate equilibrium underscores that the system cannot be the product of random chance. It requires intentional design, planning, and management. Only Allah, the Exalted, who possesses infinite knowledge and power, could establish and maintain such a precise balance. Observing this process also conveys profound spiritual lessons for people. Just as water sustains life and restores vitality to barren land, guidance from Allah, the Exalted, which descends from the heavens like rain, sustains the soul and revitalizes the human heart. Neglecting the natural blessings that Allah, the Exalted, has provided, such as water, food, air, and all forms of provision, can lead to harm and imbalance in one's life, both physically and spiritually. Likewise, neglecting obedience to Allah, the Exalted, and failing to cultivate faith, gratitude, and good character can leave the heart barren, much like a parched land deprived of water. Conversely, those who act in accordance with His guidance, showing gratitude and using His blessings wisely, experience life in balance, akin to fertile land brought to life by rain. Furthermore, just as rain brings life to barren and lifeless land, Allah, the Exalted, demonstrates the same power in relation to human beings and the hereafter. The analogy of rain reviving the soil illustrates that, just as lifeless land responds to water and produces plants, crops, and trees, so too will the human body, after being returned to the earth at death, be revived by the command of Allah, the Exalted. This resurrection is not symbolic. It is a literal reality that will occur according to His perfect wisdom, justice, and knowledge. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 9.
We drive them to a dead land, and give life thereby to the earth after its lifelessness. Thus is the resurrection.
Through this verse, Allah, the Exalted, provides a clear and vivid parallel between natural processes and the divine power of revival. Just as soil cannot produce life without rain, the human soul cannot attain life after death except by His command. Seeds buried in the soil, though seemingly dormant, contain the potential to grow and flourish when nurtured. Similarly, human deeds, though hidden or forgotten in the worldly life, will be brought to light, examined, and judged with perfect justice by Allah, the Exalted. This analogy also emphasizes the certainty of accountability. Just as people recognize the life-giving power of rain and its dependence on Allah, the Exalted, they must also recognize that their own life, death, and resurrection are entirely under His authority. Human effort or material success cannot alter this divine reality. The resurrection, like the revitalization of barren land, will be complete, absolute, and governed solely by Allah, the Exalted. Moreover, the verse encourages reflection on the purpose and fleeting nature of worldly life. Just as land lies dormant awaiting the rain, the human soul may appear passive in this world, but its deeds are constantly being recorded and preserved. The lifelessness of a person's actions without attention to faith mirrors the barren land awaiting sustenance. Only through righteous deeds directed toward Allah, the Exalted, can a person ensure that their spiritual potential flourishes, just as water causes the land to bloom. This verse serves both as a reassurance and a warning. It reassures that no matter how final death may seem, Allah, the Exalted, possesses the power to grant life again. It warns that, just as land requires water to bear fruit, human deeds require care, discipline, and alignment with divine guidance. Neglect, heedlessness, or misuse of blessings leads to spiritual barrenness, whereas sincere faith and action guarantee that the seed within a person, the potential for righteousness and eternal success, will be revived and rewarded on the day of resurrection. Thus, the natural world, its rain, fertile soil, and cycles of life, serves as a profound sign of the absolute power, wisdom, and justice of Allah, the Exalted. Every natural process reflects a greater truth. Resurrection and accountability await all people. Just as land cannot flourish without water, the human soul cannot attain eternal success without submission to Allah, the Exalted, through obedience, gratitude, and preparation for the life to come. As Allah, the Exalted, governs every aspect of creation, life and death, benefit and harm, increase and decrease. Any form of true honor, respect, stability, or peace of mind can only come through obedience to him. Worldly status and material achievements may appear to offer satisfaction, but their value is temporary and fragile. Real honor is rooted in a person's relationship with Allah, the Exalted, and is granted by His command alone. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 10.
Whoever desires honor, then to Allah belongs all honor.
This verse reminds every person that real honor is not something that can be seized through status, wealth, or influence. Instead, it is a gift that Allah, the Exalted, bestows upon those who remain sincere, humble, and obedient. Any attempt to gain respect through disobedience, manipulation, or injustice ultimately leads to humiliation, even if the person temporarily appears successful. Outward achievements without inner integrity are like a structure built on unstable ground. They collapse when tested. The one who seeks worldly gain or status through the disobedience of Allah, the Exalted, will eventually discover that the blessing they pursued becomes a burden. Even if the person fails to recognize it immediately, misusing what Allah, the Exalted, has granted inevitably leads to internal imbalance. Blessings are meant to elevate a person spiritually and morally, but when used incorrectly, they distort perception, cloud judgment, and weaken emotional and mental stability. This misuse of blessings causes the person to misplace priorities, relationships, and responsibilities. They begin to view temporary desires as ultimate goals and undervalue what truly matters: gratitude, righteousness, compassion, and preparation for the hereafter. This internal disorder creates stress, confusion, and dissatisfaction. Even if the person outwardly enjoys certain comforts, wealth, possessions, or social recognition, their inner state becomes restless and conflicted. Furthermore, misusing the favors of Allah, the Exalted, blinds the person to the reality of accountability. Instead of recognizing that every blessing is a trust, they begin to view it as a personal entitlement. This false sense of ownership encourages further heedlessness and distances them from the remembrance of Allah, the Exalted. When this happens, the person's life loses direction. What should have been a means of spiritual growth becomes a cause of hardship. Ultimately, such a path results in difficulty in both worlds. In this life, the person experiences anxiety, instability, and discontent, even while possessing material comforts. In the next life, they face the consequences of having squandered their opportunities for righteousness. Their worldly blessings, which were meant to be stepping stones toward eternal success, become evidence against them on the Day of Judgment. In contrast, the one who obeys Allah, the Exalted, experiences honor, clarity, and peace in both worlds. Their blessings become sources of relief, their challenges become means of growth, and their heart remains anchored in trust. Through obedience, every aspect of life becomes meaningful, balanced, and connected to a higher purpose, guidance that is only granted by Allah, the Exalted, the one who holds all honor in His hand. In order for a person to experience true peace of mind, their inner and outer states must be brought into harmony. This begins with intention. The intention behind every word and action should be to please Allah, the Exalted. When a person's heart is sincerely directed toward Him, their speech and conduct naturally follow the path of righteousness. Their speech, for instance, becomes disciplined and purposeful, either uplifting and beneficial or restrained in silence when speaking would lead to harm. Likewise, their actions become thoughtful and principled, reflecting gratitude through the correct use of the blessings that Allah, the Exalted, has granted, as outlined in His teachings. When intention, speech, and action are aligned in this way, a person's deeds are more likely to be accepted in the court of Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 10.
To him ascends good speech, and righteous work raises it.
This verse teaches that good words alone, such as verbally proclaiming belief in Allah, the Exalted, are insufficient without supportive action. Speech ascends to Allah, the Exalted, but it is righteous deeds that give weight and elevation to that speech. A verbal declaration of faith holds little value if it is not accompanied by obedience, sincerity, and moral conduct. In fact, a person who relies solely on words while neglecting action risks losing the essence of faith altogether. Faith must be understood as a living, delicate entity. It resembles a plant whose survival depends on continuous nourishment. Just as a plant requires sunlight, water, and care to grow, faith requires remembrance, prayer, gratitude, humility, and consistent obedience to Allah the Exalted. When these elements are present, faith strengthens, flourishes, and bears fruit in a person's character and outlook. But when a person deprives their faith of such nourishment, when they neglect righteous deeds, indulge in wrongdoing, or persist in heedlessness, their faith weakens and may eventually wither. A plant that receives no sunlight inevitably dies. Likewise, the faith of a person who refuses to nourish it through obedience may fade until nothing remains. This spiritual death is the greatest loss a human being can experience, for it deprives the person of guidance in this world and salvation in the hereafter. Therefore, the wise person protects their faith as they would protect their most precious possession, continually strengthening it through sincere intentions, truthful speech, and righteous actions that rise to Allah the Exalted with acceptance and reward. However, obedience to Allah the Exalted often stands in direct contrast to the unchecked worldly desires that many people chase. Because of this conflict, a great number of individuals persist in pursuing their cravings by misusing the very blessings they have been granted. This misuse does not merely affect their spiritual state, it inevitably disrupts their mental and physical balance in this world. Their priorities become distorted, causing them to misjudge the true value of people and things around them. Family, friends, careers, and wealth, blessings meant to bring gratitude and stability, transform into sources of stress, anxiety, and emotional turmoil. A person trapped in this cycle frequently misattributes the root of their distress. Instead of recognizing that their inner imbalance stems from disobedience to Allah, the Exalted, they direct blame toward the wrong individuals or circumstances. They may become resentful toward their spouse, children, colleagues, or environment, believing these are the cause of their suffering. When they sever ties with supportive and well-intentioned people in their lives, their isolation deepens, and the removal of those stabilizing influences only accelerates their decline. Over time, this spiritual and emotional neglect can manifest in severe consequences. Depression, anxiety disorders, substance abuse, and even suicidal tendencies often emerge when one persistently misuses the blessings granted to them. This tragic pattern is clearly visible in those who appear outwardly successful, especially the rich and famous. Despite access to wealth, luxury, and public admiration, many of them descend into emotional turmoil precisely because their blessings are not anchored by responsibility, gratitude, or obedience to Allah the Exalted. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 10.
But they who plot evil deeds will have a severe punishment, and the plotting of those it will perish.
The verse highlights that those who misuse their blessings and persist in wrongdoing ultimately undermine themselves. Their plots, actions, and misguided pursuits collapse into ruin, both in this world and the next. For such individuals, the worldly consequences, emotional instability, strained relationships, addiction, and despair are only the beginning. Because their attitude prevented them from preparing for the inevitable accountability before Allah, the Exalted, their suffering in the hereafter will be far more severe. The moment of truth on Judgment Day will expose the true cost of a life spent in heedlessness, where temporary pleasures were prioritized over eternal success. Thus, the person who ignores divine guidance harms no one more than themselves, losing peace in this world and facing consequences far greater in the next. In order to cultivate humility within people and remind them that obedience is owed to their Creator, Allah, the Exalted, calls their attention to their humble origins. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 11.
And Allah created you from dust, then from a sperm drop.
This reference to dust is not merely a factual statement about human origin. It is a profound reminder of human fragility, insignificance, and dependence. Dust is valueless, easily dispersed, and unable to shape itself. When a person reflects that their physical body originated from such a humble substance, they recognize that pride has no rightful place in their heart. This reflection dismantles illusions of superiority, reminding each individual that everything they possess, intelligence, strength, beauty, and status, is granted by Allah the Exalted and can be removed by Him at any moment. Recognizing this truth inspires gratitude rather than arrogance, obedience rather than defiance, and a deep awareness that every stage of one's existence is shaped by the mercy and power of Allah the Exalted. to ensure that humanity continues across generations until the end of time. Allah, the Exalted, established a system through which people may produce offspring. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 11.
And he made you mates.
Through this blessing, companionship becomes a means of emotional stability, social harmony, and the continuation of the human race. The relationship between partners is not merely a biological mechanism, but a sign of divine wisdom. It provides comfort, cooperation, and opportunities for personal growth. Families are formed, societies are built, and cultures advance because of this divinely ordained structure. By reflecting on this system, a person realizes that they are not independent beings, but part of a larger divine plan, guided by the will of Allah, the Exalted. Every bond, every child, and every generation is rooted in His mercy, demonstrating His constant involvement in the affairs of creation. Allah, the Exalted, then expands this reminder by emphasizing His complete knowledge and absolute control over the formation of life. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 11.
And no female conceives nor does she give birth except with His knowledge.
This statement draws attention to the marvel of reproduction, something that people often take for granted. Every conception, whether planned or unexpected, is written by Allah, the Exalted. Every pregnancy progresses by His decree, and every birth unfolds according to His perfect knowledge. Medical expertise, physical health, or human planning cannot bring a child into existence without His permission. This reality highlights that human beings do not control life. They merely witness and experience the outcomes of divine decisions. When a person reflects on this truth, they become more aware of their constant need for Allah, the Exalted, more mindful of His authority, and more inclined to show gratitude for the countless unseen processes He manages every moment. Beyond controlling the creation of life itself, Allah, the Exalted, also determines how long each person will remain in this world. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 11.
And no one is granted a long life, nor granted a short life, but that it is in a register. Indeed that for Allah is easy.
Every lifespan, whether brief or extended, is precisely measured and recorded in the divine register long before the person is born. No individual can extend their life through wealth, medicine, strength, or influence, nor can anyone escape the appointed moment of death. This knowledge should lead a person to humility, reflection, and responsible action. It reminds them that time is a gift, and that every day is an opportunity either gained or lost. Recognizing that life is fleeting, they become more eager to use their days in obedience, knowing that only actions done sincerely for Allah, the Exalted, will benefit them when their predetermined time comes to an end. Given that Allah, the Exalted, controls every dimension of a person's existence, from their creation out of dust to the length of their earthly stay, it becomes indisputably clear that He alone deserves complete obedience. Everything people experience, every opportunity they encounter, and every breath they take is under His command. No worldly authority, no possession, and no desire should ever be placed above His guidance. When a person recognizes that their life began by His decree, unfolds under His supervision, and ends at a time chosen by Him, they realize that true success lies only in submitting to His commands. Obedience to Allah, the Exalted, becomes the path to peace in this world and salvation in the next, while disobedience becomes a path of turmoil and regret. Thus, understanding His absolute control over life and death transforms a person's outlook, grounding them in humility, gratitude, and unwavering commitment to fulfilling their purpose as His creation. After referring to the creation of humanity as a clear sign, demonstrating why He alone must be obeyed, Allah, the Exalted, turns the reader's attention to yet another essential part of creation that reveals His power, wisdom, and mercy. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 12.
And not alike are the two bodies of water.
This contrast between the two bodies of water is not merely a mention of a physical phenomenon. It is a deliberate invitation to reflect deeply on a system that most people take for granted. When a person contemplates the oceans and rivers, they begin to realize that both are intricately maintained and controlled with a precision that points unmistakably to a creator. The differences in taste, composition, and function are not random occurrences but signs placed deliberately by Allah, the Exalted, to demonstrate His absolute authority and care over every aspect of creation. Through this simple yet profound comparison, Allah, the Exalted, reminds humanity that order exists only because He sustains it, and that such order is a reason to submit to His command. When one studies the perfectly balanced water cycle, they find undeniable evidence of a Creator who manages every detail with flawless precision. Water from the oceans evaporates under the heat of the sun, rises into the atmosphere, condenses into clouds, and eventually transforms into rain. Yet this process is not chaotic or uncontrolled. It follows a precise system that ensures the earth is continually replenished. This rain is initially acidic due to natural atmospheric conditions, but Allah, the Exalted, has placed mountains across the earth with geological properties that naturally purify this water. These mountains neutralize the acidity, allowing the water to become safe for farming, drinking, and sustaining life. From these elevated structures, fresh water flows steadily into rivers and streams, ensuring that ecosystems remain healthy and that human societies, even those far from the ocean, have access to clean water. Every stage of this cycle works in perfect harmony, and any alteration in temperature, pressure, or terrain would disrupt life entirely. This balanced system is therefore one of the greatest signs of the wisdom of Allah, the Exalted. This fresh and purified water remains separate from the salty water found in the seas and oceans. Salty water plays a crucial role in maintaining the health of marine life and preventing widespread contamination. Within oceans lie countless dead organisms, waste materials, and minerals which would quickly rot and poison the waters if not for the saline composition designed by Allah, the Exalted. Furthermore, if fresh and salty water were to freely mix, the unique ecosystems within rivers and seas would collapse. Fish adapted to fresh water would perish in salty environments, while marine species would be unable to survive in rivers. The stability and separation of these waters is highlighted by Allah, the Exalted, in chapter 25 Al-Furqan, verse 53.
And it is He who has released simultaneously the two seas, i.e., bodies of water, one fresh and sweet and one salty and bitter, and He placed between them a barrier and prohibiting partition.
Despite their differences in nature and composition, both types of water serve humanity in remarkable ways. Fresh water is essential for drinking, agriculture, sanitation, and sustaining land-based life. Salty water provides a vast array of sea life, offering food, medicine, oils, and other valuable materials. The oceans also contain treasures such as pearls and coral, which humans refine into ornaments and adornments used for beauty and trade. Chapter 35 Fatir verse 12.
And from each you eat tender meat and extract ornaments which you wear.
In addition to sustenance and beauty, the oceans play an essential role in global movement and commerce. Allah, the Exalted, has designed the oceans with a perfect density that allows massive ships, some weighing tens of thousands of tons, to float effortlessly on their surface. If the density or salinity of the water were even slightly altered, ships would either sink or become unable to travel, severely hindering human civilization. At the same time, the water remains suitable for marine life, allowing entire ecosystems to flourish beneath the surface. This dual balance, supporting life within while supporting vessels above, highlights the perfect engineering of Allah, the Exalted. Even today, centuries after the development of modern transportation, sea travel remains the primary method for transporting goods across continents. Chapter 35 Fatir verse 12.
And you see the ships ploughing through them, that you might seek of His bounty.
Reflecting upon these blessings, the continuous cycle of purified water, the separation of fresh and salty seas, the sustenance they provide, the beauty they yield, and the global commerce they facilitate, should naturally lead any person of sound intellect toward deep gratitude. No human being could have engineered such a vast, interconnected system, nor could any creature maintain it perfectly without interruption. Thus, the verse concludes by directing humanity toward a state of thankfulness. Chapter 35 Fatir verse 12.
And perhaps you will be grateful.
However, gratitude is not limited to a fleeting feeling or a verbal expression. True gratitude manifests in every aspect of a person's being. Gratitude in intention means acting solely for the pleasure of Allah, the Exalted, recognizing that every blessing comes from Him alone. Gratitude in speech means speaking truthfully, kindly, and beneficially, or choosing silence when words would cause harm. Gratitude in action means using every blessing, health, wealth, time, knowledge, influence, according to the guidance found in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. When a person embodies gratitude in this comprehensive manner, they unlock further blessings, tranquility of heart, and success in both worlds. Chapter 14 Ibrahim, verse 7.
If you are grateful, I will surely increase you in favor.
Such a person attains a balanced mental and physical state, understands the rightful place of every person and every responsibility in their life, and enjoys stability and clarity. They live with purpose, contentment, and deep inner peace, gifts granted by Allah, the Exalted, to those who appreciate and honor His blessings through righteous intention, speech, and action. Furthermore, Allah, the Exalted, subjugated all of creation within the heavens and the earth in order to serve humanity. Among the greatest signs of this subjugation are the sun and the moon, two celestial bodies without which life on earth could not continue for even a moment. Allah, the Exalted, draws attention to this reality in chapter 35 Fatir verse 13.
He causes the night to enter the day, and He causes the day to enter the night, and has subjected the sun and the moon, each running its course for a specified term.
This verse emphasizes that the cycles of day and night, and the movements of the sun and moon, operate only because Allah, the Exalted, commands them to do so. These cycles never malfunction, never pause, and never reverse. They follow a precise and unchanging system that has continued since the moment Allah, the Exalted, decreed its existence. The fact that humanity can depend on sunrise and sunset every day without fail is itself a sign that creation is governed by perfect wisdom, not coincidence or blind forces. The sun's path across the sky guarantees that the earth receives a balanced amount of light and darkness. Light allows people to see, work, farm, travel, and engage in countless other activities essential for survival and growth. Darkness, on the other hand, provides rest, tranquility, and a natural slowing of the body and mind. This alternation between day and night is not random, it is calibrated with extraordinary precision. In different seasons, the lengths of days and nights shift subtly in order to create a rhythm that benefits both living and non-living aspects of creation. No human being, no matter how powerful or intelligent, could ever maintain such perfect global equilibrium. If days were dramatically extended, individuals would eventually suffer exhaustion, because the body cannot function optimally for prolonged periods without rest. Mental clarity would diminish, physical strength would weaken, and society would become unstable. Conversely, if nights were excessively long, there would not be adequate time for people to earn a living, care for families, pursue education, or engage in beneficial social activities. The natural balance between activity and rest would be disrupted, leading to emotional, physical, and social harm. In the opposite scenario, if nights became too short, individuals would not receive sufficient sleep to maintain their health, leading to widespread illness and decreased productivity. Thus, the current duration of day and night, designed and sustained by Allah, the Exalted, ensures the well-being of individuals and societies alike. These delicate timings also influence agriculture, which forms the foundation of food production for humans and animals. Plants depend on a precise amount of sunlight for photosynthesis, growth, and reproduction. If the duration of day or night were altered significantly, crops would either wither from excessive exposure or fail to grow due to insufficient light. Seasonal changes, which are guided by the Earth's tilt and the sun's path, allow for the growth of diverse crops throughout the year. Any disruption to this balance would lead to widespread famine, ecological collapse, and the extinction of countless species. This fragile equilibrium is one of the greatest signs that the system is intentionally crafted by Allah, the Exalted, who maintains every component with absolute wisdom. Similarly, Allah, the Exalted, created the moon not merely as a celestial decoration but as a source of profound benefit. The moon reflects sunlight, illuminating the night and enabling people to travel safely in times when artificial lighting did not exist. Even today, with advanced technology, many areas of the world still rely on moonlight for outdoor movement, especially in remote regions, deserts, mountains, and at sea. Throughout history, merchants, navigators, sailors, and caravans depended on the phases of the moon to guide their journeys across great distances. This guidance allowed trade, communication, and the exchange of knowledge to flourish across continents. The role of the moon extends beyond providing light. Its gravitational pull controls the tides of oceans and seas, causing them to rise and fall in predictable cycles. These tides clean coastlines, sustain marine ecosystems, and regulate climates. If the tidal system were disrupted, coastlines would erode uncontrollably, marine life would suffer, and weather patterns around the globe would shift dramatically, causing catastrophic consequences for all life on Earth. The perfect distance, size, and orbital path of the moon, all established by Allah, the Exalted, ensure that the tides remain balanced and beneficial. Additionally, the sun and moon serve as precise natural clocks by which people measure time. Days, months, years, and seasons are all calculated through their movements. The lunar calendar is determined by the phases of the moon, while the solar cycle determines seasons and agricultural patterns. Without these natural markers, timekeeping would be chaotic, and societies would struggle to organize work, worship, trade, education, and all other aspects of life. The consistency of these celestial cycles reinforces that creation operates under the decree of a single, all-powerful creator. When one reflects on the delicate balance and precise placement of the sun and moon within the solar system, it becomes evident that such order cannot be the product of chance. Their sizes, distances, temperatures, orbits, and roles are interwoven in a system so fine-tuned that even a slight alteration would render Earth uninhabitable. This remarkable coordination stands as a clear testimony to the influence of a creator, Allah the Exalted, who manages the universe with unmatched wisdom, power, and mercy. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 13.
That is Allah your Lord, to him belongs sovereignty.
As Allah the Exalted alone created and sustains the heavens and the earth, He alone must be obeyed at all times. Nothing within creation exists independently of His will, therefore He alone is worthy of devotion, loyalty, and servitude. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 13.
And those whom you invoke other than Him do not possess as much as the membrane of a date seed.
The membrane of a date seed is one of the thinnest and most insignificant things a person can observe. This comparison demonstrates that anything worshipped besides Allah, the Exalted, whether physical idols or abstract influences, cannot provide even the smallest benefit or ward off even the smallest harm. These false objects of devotion cannot create, sustain, or control anything within the universe. They cannot respond to supplications, nor can they guide or protect those who call upon them. If they cannot influence even a thin membrane of a date seed, they certainly cannot influence the vast affairs of a person's life or afterlife. Recognizing this reality should compel a person to direct all obedience, hope, fear, and reliance to Allah, the Exalted, alone. It is essential to remember that false deities, such as idols, are not the only beings that a person might worship and obey, aside from Allah, the Exalted. In reality, anything that a person follows in opposition to the command of Allah, the Exalted, such as social media trends, fashion, culture, the opinions of people, or the expectations of society, functions as an object of worship. This is because worship is not limited to physical prostration. It includes obedience, submission, and prioritization. Chapter 9 at Tawbah, verse 31.
They have taken their scholars and monks as lords besides Allah.
The people of earlier scriptures did not physically worship their religious leaders. They did not bow to them, pray to them, or offer sacrifices to them. Rather, they obeyed these leaders when they declared things lawful that Allah, the Exalted, had forbidden, and forbidden things Allah, the Exalted, had permitted. This misplaced obedience, placing human desire over divine revelation, was judged by Allah, the Exalted, as a form of worship. This demonstrates that elevating any being, ideology, or influence above divine command constitutes a type of association, even if one does not consciously intend to worship it. This principle is further emphasized in the case of the devil. Chapter 36, Yasin, verse 60.
Did I not enjoin upon you, O children of Adam, that you not worship Satan, for indeed he is to you a clear enemy?
The overwhelming majority of people do not perform rituals dedicated to the devil, nor do they verbally declare their devotion to him. Yet, they are still accused of worshipping him because they obey him when he commands them to rebel against Allah, the Exalted. When a person follows whispers encouraging arrogance, jealousy, greed, dishonesty, immorality, or heedlessness, they are, in effect, submitting to the influence of the devil. This demonstrates that worship, in the Quranic sense, is defined by obedience and allegiance, not merely outward rituals. Thus, it is essential for every person to refrain from obeying any influence, idea, or being in defiance of Allah, the Exalted. To obey something against divine guidance is to elevate that thing as a master over oneself. If someone persists in disobeying Allah, the Exalted, they will inevitably find themselves subservient to other forces, such as individuals, social media, fashion standards, workplace demands, and cultural expectations. These influences all function as competing masters, each demanding obedience in different and often contradictory ways. Trying to live under the authority of multiple and unjust masters inevitably results in stress and inner turmoil. Each one demands something different, and each one changes its expectations unpredictably. Social media trends shift daily, cultural norms evolve constantly, and the opinions of people fluctuate based on mood, desire, or personal interest. It is impossible to satisfy them all. This resembles an employee who has several supervisors, each issuing conflicting orders. No matter how hard the employee works, dissatisfaction is guaranteed. The same applies spiritually. The one who obeys everything and everyone besides Allah, the Exalted, sacrifices peace of mind and becomes trapped in a cycle of mental imbalance. Over time, such an individual may experience sadness, isolation, severe anxiety, depression, addiction, or even suicidal thoughts. Their efforts to please their worldly masters, whether followers, employers, trends, or cultural expectations, never yield the satisfaction they seek. The more they chase approval, the more approval escapes them. This truth is universally visible when one observes the condition of those who have adopted this mindset, such as celebrities who possess wealth and fame, yet remain plagued by emptiness, confusion, and despair. Furthermore, worshipping other entities by yielding to them in the disobedience of Allah, the Exalted, will not benefit a person in the hereafter. These entities will not offer support or advocacy on the Day of Judgment. The idols people followed, the individuals whose opinions they feared, the celebrities they imitated, the cultural norms they prioritized, and the trends they obeyed, all will abandon them at the moment they most desperately need help. Their false masters will declare innocence, distancing themselves from those who served them in worldly life. They will provide no comfort, no protection, and no escape from accountability. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 14.
If you invoke them, they do not hear your supplication, and if they heard, they would not respond to you. And on the day of resurrection, they will deny your association.
In order to avoid this outcome, a person must abandon obedience to anything that leads to the disobedience of Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 14.
And none can inform you like one acquainted.
Instead, they must obey Allah, the Exalted, by correctly using the blessings they have been granted in the ways outlined in Islamic teachings. This obedience allows a person to achieve peace of mind in both worlds. It grants them a balanced mental and physical state, and enables them to correctly place everything and everyone within their life. When a person prioritizes Allah, the Exalted, above all else, everything else falls naturally into balance. When they obey Allah, the Exalted, as the only true master, they are liberated from the exhaustion and instability of serving many false masters. Through this, they attain tranquility, success, and contentment in both this life and the next. Allah, the Exalted, then makes it clear that a person's obedience benefits no one but the individual who practices it. He is perfect in himself, and remains unaffected by the choices of creation. Whether people obey or disobey, His Majesty does not increase or diminish, for He is completely independent of His creation. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 15.
O mankind, you are those in need of Allah, while Allah is the free of need, the praiseworthy.
This verse establishes that human beings exist in a state of constant need, physically, spiritually, and emotionally, while Allah, the Exalted, is the one free from all need. He is deserving of all praise, regardless of human conduct. Recognizing this reality protects a person from falling into the subtle arrogance of believing that they are doing Allah, the Exalted, a favor by obeying Him. Such an attitude severely damages sincerity and can cause a person to stray, especially when their personal desires clash with divine guidance. By contrast, the one who understands that every act of obedience ultimately serves their own benefit cultivates genuine humility toward Allah, the Exalted. This individual realizes that faith, patience, gratitude, and righteous deeds are gifts that improve their character, strengthen their heart, and safeguard their worldly and spiritual well-being. As a result, they remain steadfast regardless of changing circumstances. When faced with hardship, they show patience by avoiding words and actions of complaint, trusting that Allah, the Exalted, never decrees anything except what contains wisdom and benefit. When blessed with comfort, they express gratitude, recognizing that every blessing is an opportunity to grow closer to Allah, the Exalted. Gratitude appears in intention, acting only to please Allah, the Exalted, in speech, speaking good or choosing silence, and in action, using one's blessings in ways aligned with the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Patience complements gratitude by nurturing trust in Allah, the Exalted, especially when life unfolds in unexpected ways. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
This statement reminds people that their understanding is limited, while Allah, the Exalted, sees all outcomes and acts with perfect wisdom. Accepting this truth frees the heart from resentment, provides emotional stability, and strengthens reliance on Allah, the Exalted. Over time, the one who embraces patience in adversity and gratitude in ease develops remarkable inner clarity, peace, and spiritual resilience. A person who consistently lives with this level of sincerity and trust receives continuous divine support from Allah, the Exalted. This support brings tranquility in worldly life, by helping them maintain a balanced mental and physical state, and allowing them to correctly place everything and everyone within their life. In the next world, this same sincerity opens the doors to eternal success and mercy. This reality is reflected in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 7500. Not only is Allah, the Exalted, completely unaffected by a person's obedience or disobedience, but He also reminds humanity that if people persist in defiance, He can effortlessly replace them with others who will uphold His commands, thereby fulfilling the purpose of their creation. Chapter 35 Fatir, verses 16 to 17.
If He wills, He can do away with you and bring forth a new creation. And that is for Allah not difficult.
After reminding people that their obedience benefits only themselves, Allah, the Exalted, gently warns every person against falling into destructive wishful thinking, namely, the assumption that one may continuously disobey Him, yet still be protected from the consequences because of another person's righteousness, such as the piety of a close relative. Chapter 35 Fatir, verse 18.
And no bearer of burdens will bear the burden of another. And if a heavily laden soul calls another to carry some of its load, nothing of it will be carried, even if he should be a close relative.
This verse highlights a fundamental truth. Every person is individually accountable before Allah, the Exalted. Therefore, one must completely avoid the comfort of wishful thinking, as it only encourages continued disobedience. A person who convinces themselves that another will save them from their own actions ultimately harms their own spiritual, mental, and physical well-being. Such a person will inevitably fall into an unbalanced state, misplacing the priorities of life, misjudging the value of people and blessings around them, and failing to prepare for the day of judgment. Even if they experience moments of worldly luxury, inner distress, difficulty, and confusion will dominate both this life and the next. Furthermore, the intercession that such a person hopes for, whether from a pious relative or even from the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, may instead be turned against them. Chapter 25 Al-Furqan, verse 30.
And the Messenger has said, O my Lord, indeed my people have taken this Quran as a thing abandoned.
This verse addresses those who have already accepted the Holy Quran as truth. A person who has embraced its guidance is responsible for upholding it. Thus, abandoning it after accepting it becomes a clear act of negligence. The consequences for any person against whom the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, testifies in this manner on the Day of Judgment will undoubtedly be severe. Even in cases where intercession is granted by Allah, the Exalted, such negligent individuals may still enter hell, though the intercession may reduce the duration or intensity of the punishment. Yet even the shortest moment in hell is beyond human endurance. Knowing this, a person must understand that true hope in intercession requires genuine effort, namely, actively and sincerely using every blessing granted by Allah, the Exalted, in accordance with the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Only when a person strives in this way are they justified in hoping for intercession on the Day of Judgment, always remembering that Allah, the Exalted, alone authorizes it. Allah, the Exalted, makes it clear that only those who sincerely fear the consequences of their own actions and remain mindful of their accountability will respond to the guidance found in Islamic teachings. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 18.
You can only warn those who fear their Lord unseen.
This verse teaches that guidance benefits only the hearts that remain awake and conscious of their responsibility before Allah, the Exalted. When this awareness is lost, negligence settles in, and it manifests in various harmful ways. One form of negligence occurs when a person convinces themselves that someone else, such as a pious family member, will rescue them and carry their burdens on the Day of Judgment. This false hope creates complacency, as the individual relies on the righteousness of others while neglecting their own spiritual growth. Such thinking blinds them to the undeniable truth that every soul will stand alone before Allah, the Exalted, and that no relationship grants immunity from accountability. Another form of negligence appears when a person assumes that their repentance and excuses will always be accepted by Allah, the Exalted, even if they persist in disobedience. Instead of sincerely regretting their mistakes, they repeatedly fall into the same sins, believing forgiveness is automatic. This mindset weakens their sincerity and renders their repentance hollow, making it difficult for them to reform their conduct. Negligence also arises when worldly desires dominate the heart to the point that one becomes unable to reflect on the consequences of their actions. A person overwhelmed by the temptations of wealth, status, entertainment, or relationships becomes increasingly blind to their spiritual condition. When desires take control, the remembrance of accountability fades, and the person gradually loses the ability to recognize their own decline. Another dangerous form of negligence is when an individual fails to appreciate the numerous signs pointing to the oneness of Allah, the Exalted, and to their inevitable accountability. These signs are evident in the Holy Quran, in the blessed life and teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, in the lessons of history, and throughout the vast and precisely balanced universe. Ignoring such signs deprives a person of opportunities for reflection, humility, and growth. They delay repentance by assuming that there will always be time later, even though life offers no guarantee of tomorrow. They disregard sincere advice, refusing to reflect even when reminders come repeatedly. Some allow themselves to sink deeply into worldly entertainment, such as constant social media use or hours of distraction, until their hearts become numb and unresponsive to spiritual reminders. Another form of negligence appears when blessings such as wealth, health, knowledge, or status are misused in ways that contradict the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Instead of using these blessings to draw closer to Allah, the Exalted, the person employs them for worldly gain or sinful indulgence, thereby harming themselves. A person may also fall into negligence by taking religion lightly, rushing through acts of worship without attention or sincerity, or assuming that cultural traditions alone are sufficient for success in the hereafter. Others behave as though this worldly life is permanent, rarely thinking about death or the meeting with Allah, the Exalted, which prevents them from preparing for their final journey. Negligence also arises when an individual obeys Islamic teachings only when convenient, but abandons them the moment they clash with personal desires. In order to avoid these various forms of negligence, a person must commit themselves to both learning and acting upon Islamic teachings. True understanding strengthens the heart and eliminates the dangerous wishful thinking that prevents one from responding correctly to divine guidance. Consistent practice purifies the heart, nurtures humility, and increases awareness of accountability. Only when a person cultivates this sincere and attentive attitude will they truly benefit from the warnings and guidance found in Islamic teachings. Such individuals recognize their dependence on Allah, the Exalted, and they employ their blessings in a manner that aligns with the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Through this, they protect themselves from negligence, correct their conduct, and progress toward peace in both worlds. One of the greatest means of protecting oneself from falling into negligence regarding Islamic teachings, as indicated by verse 18, is the consistent establishment of the 5 daily obligatory prayers. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 18.
You can only warn those who fear their Lord unseen and have established prayer.
Responding positively to Islamic teachings becomes impossible without these prayers, because they serve as a continuous reminder of one's accountability on the Day of Judgment. Each posture in the prayer reflects a station on that day, reminding the worshipper of their inevitable return to Allah, the Exalted. The prayers are deliberately spaced throughout the day, so that whenever a person becomes distracted by worldly life and forgets their accountability, the next prayer immediately draws their heart back to remembrance. This sacred rhythm encourages them to practically prepare for their final meeting by correctly using the blessings they have been granted. For this reason, the individual who neglects the obligatory prayers will, without doubt, become forgetful of the Day of Judgment, even if they verbally claim belief in it. Their actions will not reflect genuine preparation, and they will naturally continue misusing the blessings they possess. The outcome of this behavior is inevitable. They will lose their balanced mental and physical state, misplace everything and everyone in their life, and fail to prepare for their accountability. This path leads only to distress, difficulty, and turmoil in both worlds, even if they continue to enjoy certain worldly comforts. Moreover, the establishment of the obligatory prayers is repeatedly emphasized in Islamic teachings, because prayer forms the central pillar upon which all other righteous deeds revolve. It is the foundation of a person's relationship with Allah, the Exalted, and the means through which one remains steadfast upon goodness. True prayer, however, is far more than a set of physical actions. It is a profound state of humility, presence, and inward reflection that anchors the heart to the hereafter. This humility develops when a person becomes conscious of how every stage of the prayer symbolizes a scene from the Day of Judgment, continuously reminding them of their final accountability before their Creator. When the worshipper stands upright, they should call to mind the moment when all of humanity will stand before Allah, the Exalted, awaiting their judgment. Chapter 83, Al-Mutaffifin, verses 4-6.
Do they not think that they will be resurrected? For a tremendous day, the day when mankind will stand before the Lord of the worlds.
When they bow, it serves as a reminder of those who refuse to bow to Allah, the Exalted, when invited to do so in this world, both physically in prayer and practically through obedience. Chapter 77, Al-Mursalat, verse 48.
And when it is said to them, bow in prayer, they do not bow.
Their refusal was not limited to physical bowing. It included rejecting the practical submission required in every aspect of life. When the worshipper prostrates, they should recall the scene described in the following verses, where people will be invited to prostrate before Allah, the Exalted, on the Day of Judgment, yet they will find themselves unable to do so because they failed to prostrate correctly in their earthly lives. Chapter 68, Al-Kalam, verses 42-43.
On the day when matters become dire, they will be invited to prostrate themselves but will be prevented from doing so. Their eyes humbled, humiliation will cover them. And they used to be invited to prostration while they were sound.
When they sit upon their knees during the prayer, it reflects how every nation will be found kneeling on the Day of Judgment, awaiting their final record in a state of profound fear. Chapter 45, Al-Jatiyah, verse 28.
And you will see every nation kneeling from fear. Every nation will be called to its record and told, today you will be recompensed for what you used to do.
The person who keeps these meanings alive in their heart will establish their prayer correctly, sincerely, and consistently. This sincerity will ensure that they obey Allah, the Exalted, even between the prayers. Chapter 29, Al-Ankabut, verse 45.
Indeed, prayer prohibits immorality and wrongdoing.
This obedience includes using all blessings in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Through such prayer, a person safeguards their faith, strengthens their discipline, protects themselves from negligence, and moves toward inner peace in both worlds through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. As indicated by verse 18, those who neglect to establish their obligatory prayers will not only fail to respond appropriately to Islamic teachings, but also risk departing from this world without their faith. This neglect represents a grave spiritual danger, as the foundation of practical belief is tied directly to the consistent performance of these prayers. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, emphasized the seriousness of this matter in a hadith recorded in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2618, stating that the defining distinction between belief and disbelief is abandoning the obligatory prayers. This underscores that prayer is not merely a ritual, but a vital safeguard of faith. Faith itself can be likened to a delicate plant that requires constant nourishment to grow, flourish, and survive. Just as a plant, deprived of essential elements such as sunlight, water, and care will weaken, wither, and eventually die, so too will a person's faith deteriorate if it is not consistently nurtured through acts of obedience. Obligatory prayers, as the most fundamental act of worship, provide this essential spiritual nourishment, reminding the believer of their accountability, guiding their intentions, and shaping their actions. Failure to maintain this spiritual care allows negligence to take root, gradually weakening the connection with Allah, the Exalted, and leaving the individual vulnerable to worldly distractions and misguidance. Over time, this neglect can extinguish the light of faith entirely, which is the most profound and irreparable loss a person can suffer. In order to avoid the severe consequences of negligence and the loss of faith, a person must actively respond to Islamic teachings by both learning them and implementing them in daily life. This involves adopting the positive characteristics emphasized in the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, such as generosity, patience, humility, gratitude, and compassion. At the same time, it requires consciously avoiding negative traits that lead to spiritual decay, including pride, greed, envy, arrogance, and selfishness. This process of spiritual purification refines the soul, cultivating moral and ethical conduct that naturally brings peace of mind, for adopting virtuous traits harmonizes the inner self and stabilizes one's mental and emotional state. Furthermore, by practicing the positive characteristics outlined in Islamic teachings, a person strengthens their obedience to Allah, the Exalted. This obedience is expressed through the correct use of the blessings they have been granted, whether wealth, health, knowledge, or social influence. Properly applying these blessings ensures a balanced mental and physical state, allows for correct prioritization of people and responsibilities in life, and prepares the individual for accountability on the Day of Judgment. Such discipline, when combined with sincere effort, establishes peace of mind in both this world and the hereafter, demonstrating that spiritual purification benefits the individual directly, even if it requires foregoing certain worldly desires or ambitions that contradict divine guidance. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 18.
And whoever purifies himself, only purifies himself for the benefit of his soul.
This verse highlights that the act of purifying the soul is ultimately for one's own good. Spiritual growth and moral refinement are not imposed for Allah's benefit, He is free of need, but rather they are a means by which a person safeguards their soul, strengthens their character, and ensures readiness for their eternal return. Regardless of whether a person chooses to pursue this path of purification or not, the ultimate return is to Allah, the Exalted, where every intention, word, and action will be examined. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 18.
And to Allah is the final destination.
This serves as a reminder that the consequences of one's choices, whether to follow or neglect divine guidance, are inescapable, reinforcing the importance of spiritual purification and practical adherence to Islamic teachings for the attainment of lasting peace and success in both worlds. Obeying Allah, the Exalted, and acknowledging the reality of accountability on the Day of Judgment often conflicts with the worldly desires and personal ambitions of people. Many individuals, therefore, persist in disobeying Allah, the Exalted, by misusing the blessings that have been granted to them, whether these are wealth, health, status, or knowledge. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 19.
Not equal are the blind and the seeing.
Those who become consumed by their worldly desires gradually lose control over their actions, becoming enslaved to the pursuit of instant gratification. In this state, they act blindly, ignoring the harmful consequences of their choices. This condition can be likened to that of a drug addict, whose dependency on drugs dictates their behavior, often leading them to commit wrongful acts such as theft or deceit, all while remaining unaware of the damage inflicted upon themselves and others. Their judgment is entirely clouded, and they are unable to perceive the long-term consequences of their actions. A similar phenomenon occurs with excessive attachment to worldly desires, such as the relentless pursuit of wealth, power, or status. When such desires intensify beyond moderation, they transform into compulsive forces that dominate a person's decision-making and behavior. This unchecked indulgence often leads to moral corruption, strained relationships, mental stress, and physical health problems. It can result in anxiety, depression, or even social isolation, as the individual becomes trapped in the cycle of pursuing fleeting pleasures. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 20.
Nor are the darknesses and the light equal.
As individuals allow themselves to be dominated by their worldly desires, they become spiritually blind, unable to perceive the consequences of their actions or the necessity of preparing for their accountability on the day of judgment. This blindness prevents them from taking practical steps to live in accordance with Islamic teachings, by correctly using the blessings granted by Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 20.
Nor are the shade and the heat equal.
This verse illustrates the profound contrast between those who live in obedience to Allah, the Exalted, and those who are enslaved by their desires. Just as the shade offers relief from the scorching heat, so too does preparation for the hereafter provide peace and comfort. Conversely, neglecting this preparation leads to hardship, suffering, and spiritual discomfort. Those who ignore the obligations of faith may experience temporary pleasures in this world, but they forfeit the lasting tranquility of the hereafter and instead magnify their own suffering. Those who persist in pursuing their worldly desires while misusing the blessings granted by Allah, the Exalted, inevitably descend into a state of mental and emotional imbalance. This imbalance manifests in numerous ways, including depression, substance addiction, and other forms of psychological distress. The root of these afflictions lies in the misplacement of priorities and the improper use of the resources, relationships, and opportunities provided by Allah, the Exalted. As they continue to ignore divine guidance, they often direct their frustration and dissatisfaction toward the wrong objects and individuals in their lives, including spouses, family members, and close companions. This misdirected blame leads to the severing of important relationships, further intensifying mental anguish and perpetuating a destructive cycle of stress and disorder. This phenomenon is strikingly evident among those who, despite enjoying worldly luxuries, fail to utilize their blessings in obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Among the rich and famous, one observes outward appearances of glamour and abundance, yet inwardly many are plagued by a profound sense of emptiness. They may lack true appreciation for the value of life, feeling spiritually and emotionally dead despite being physically alive. Such a state of inner void and dissatisfaction frequently drives individuals toward extreme measures, including suicidal thoughts or actions. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 22.
And not equal are the living and the dead.
The distinction here is both physical and spiritual, highlighting that true life consists of obedience to Allah, the Exalted, and proper utilization of the blessings He has provided. Those who reflect on these truths with sincerity and an unbiased mind are compelled to recognize their validity. This reflection naturally motivates them to adopt the correct behavior, remaining steadfast in obeying Allah, the Exalted, and using the blessings granted to them in accordance with Islamic teachings. Such obedience ensures the attainment of peace of mind in both worlds, achieved through a balanced mental and physical state, and the proper placement of all aspects of one's life. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 22.
Indeed, Allah causes to hear whom He wills.
Regardless of the advancements of any society, or the accumulation of human knowledge across various disciplines, including psychology, neuroscience, and social sciences, humanity remains incapable of formulating a code of conduct that perfectly aligns with human nature in all circumstances. Every individual and society encounters situations, conditions, and challenges that cannot be fully anticipated or addressed through human reasoning alone. The complexity of the human mind, the dynamics of societies, and the unforeseeable events of life render it impossible for humans to establish a flawless system that guarantees peace, justice, and balanced living. Only Allah, the Exalted, possesses the knowledge, wisdom, and authority to provide such a comprehensive code of conduct. As the creator of all things, he is fully aware of the past, present, and future, encompassing every detail of human existence. His guidance distinguishes good from evil, beneficial from harmful, and facilitates the attainment of true peace of mind in a life that would otherwise be filled with imbalance, stress, and injustice. Historical evidence demonstrates that societies and individuals who faithfully implement the divine code of conduct experience a proliferation of justice, tranquility, and well-being. Consequently, it is essential for people to accept and embrace the guidance provided by Allah, the Exalted, even when certain aspects may contradict their personal desires or ambitions. Following divine instructions should be approached with the same trust and patience as a patient adheres to the advice of a skilled physician. Although the guidance may require abstention from immediate pleasures or adherence to difficult disciplines, it ultimately serves the best interest of the individual, ensuring both worldly balance and eternal success. Those who recognize this truth and act upon it align themselves with the path that leads to peace, justice, and fulfillment, securing a balanced mental and physical state, and correctly positioning everything and everyone within their life in accordance with divine wisdom. However, Allah, the Exalted, cautions that obedience to Him requires individuals to exercise control over their worldly desires, including those that provide immediate pleasure but lead to long-term harm. Many people, despite witnessing clear signs, guidance, and warnings, persist in disobedience and continue on a path of moral and spiritual darkness. Their hearts become hardened, and they remain attached to fleeting worldly gains, refusing to redirect themselves toward righteousness. In this state, they resemble the dead, for just as a corpse cannot hear or respond to advice, so too are these individuals incapable of internalizing or acting upon divine guidance. Their spiritual faculties are blocked, and their minds are closed to reflection, leaving them vulnerable to the consequences of their actions in this world and the hereafter. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 22.
But you cannot make hear those in the graves.
This verse emphasizes that no matter how much guidance is offered, or how clearly the signs are presented, there are individuals whose hearts and minds are so entrenched in disobedience that they become completely unresponsive. Their attachment to worldly desires blinds them to the reality of accountability, the signs of Allah, the Exalted, and the truth of the hereafter. Observing such people serves as a warning to the sincere seeker. Neglecting the control of desires and failing to respond to the signs of Allah, the Exalted, leads inevitably to spiritual death, even while one remains physically alive. Only those who purify their hearts, moderate their desires, and act upon divine guidance can avoid this state and attain life that is spiritually vibrant, balanced, and aligned with the commands of Allah, the Exalted. As the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, consistently sought the guidance and well-being of people, he would naturally feel sorrow and concern when individuals failed to accept or act upon Islamic teachings. His heart, full of compassion and care, grieved for those who turned away from guidance, even though they often ignored the advice given to them. Observing this, Allah, the Exalted, repeatedly reassured the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, that his role is limited to explaining Islamic teachings clearly and providing people with the perfect example to follow. He is not responsible for the choices that individuals make after being presented with the truth. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 23.
You are not but a warner.
And chapter 88, Al-Ghashiyah, verses 21 to 22.
So remind you are only a reminder. You are not over them a controller.
These verses carry timeless lessons for all who endeavor to call others toward righteousness. They clarify that the responsibility of the caller lies in presenting the message with sincerity, clarity, and compassion, leaving the results in the hands of Allah, the Exalted, who alone has the power to guide hearts. This understanding frees the caller from the grief and frustration that may arise when their efforts appear to have little effect. It protects them from despair by showing that true success is not measured by the number of converts, public recognition, or worldly accomplishments, but by faithfulness and integrity in conveying the truth. Those who sincerely desire guidance will recognize it when they encounter it, while those who persist in arrogance, heedlessness, or distraction only bring harm upon themselves. The sincere seeker also acknowledges that Allah, the Exalted, never burdens any soul beyond its capacity. Every trial, every hardship, and every challenge is an opportunity to develop patience, discipline, and strengthen faith. Through these trials, individuals learn that true peace in both this world and the hereafter requires sacrifice, restraint, and the subjugation of lower desires. They understand that real satisfaction cannot be found in wealth, status, or fame, which often provide only fleeting comfort, but in spiritual fulfillment and submission to Allah, the Exalted. This truth is evident when observing those who appear to possess every worldly advantage, yet remain restless, discontented, or dissatisfied. Despite their abundance and outward comforts, they are deprived of inner tranquility because true peace is only found in submission to Allah, the Exalted. A person who sincerely seeks inner peace and spiritual contentment recognizes that genuine success is not achieved through attempting to control others or by pursuing worldly pleasures, but by faithfully fulfilling their own duty, to follow the truth, to convey it with compassion, and to entrust the outcome to Allah the Exalted, who guides whom He wills with perfect wisdom. This perspective transforms the role of the caller from one of anxious control to one of serene trust. It ensures that the caller's efforts remain pure, their patience steadfast, and their hope securely anchored in the mercy and justice of Allah the Exalted. It is a continual reminder that the true measure of success is found in obedience and sincerity rather than in worldly recognition or acclaim. In embodying this principle, the caller becomes a living example of faith, demonstrating that guidance is ultimately a gift from Allah, the Exalted. Humanity's responsibility is to convey the message faithfully and sincerely, while leaving the guidance of hearts entirely to Him. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 24.
Indeed, we have sent you with the truth as a bringer of good tidings and a warner. And there was no nation but that there had passed within it a warner.
It is essential to understand that good news and warnings, as conveyed in Islamic teachings, only benefit a person when they respond to them practically. Simply hearing or acknowledging these messages is not sufficient. The true benefit arises when an individual acts upon them and implements them in their daily life. The one who responds practically by correctly using the blessings Allah, the Exalted, has granted, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, will achieve a profound state of well-being. This includes attaining peace of mind in both this world and the hereafter, through maintaining a balanced mental and physical state, and by placing everything and everyone within their life in its proper order. Such a person recognizes the value of their time, resources, relationships, and actions, ensuring that all aspects of life contribute to their spiritual, mental, and physical harmony. Conversely, the one who fails to respond practically to the good news and warnings provided by Allah, the Exalted, will persist in misusing the blessings they have been granted. This misuse may take many forms, such as indulging excessively in worldly desires, neglecting obligatory duties, or prioritizing transient pleasures over long-term well-being and spiritual preparation. As a result, they fall into an imbalanced mental and physical state, where stress, anxiety, and confusion dominate their life. They lose the ability to rightly order everything and everyone around them, leading to broken relationships, mismanaged responsibilities, and a chaotic existence. Moreover, by failing to prepare adequately for their accountability on the Day of Judgment, they incur a profound spiritual deficit that cannot be compensated by worldly comforts or achievements. Even if such individuals outwardly appear to enjoy wealth, status, or other worldly luxuries, these advantages provide no true peace or protection from the consequences of their negligence. Their lives may be filled with temporary pleasure, yet their inner state remains restless and unsettled, exposing them to stress, hardship, and difficulty in both worlds. In this way, the practical response to divine guidance becomes not only a means of attaining spiritual success, but also the foundation for genuine mental, emotional, and physical well-being, demonstrating that the blessings of Allah, the Exalted, are best realized through obedience, mindfulness, and correct action. Allah, the Exalted, warned the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, that the denial he faced was not a new phenomenon. Every generation of people, dominated by their worldly desires and personal ambitions, has historically rejected divine guidance. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 25.
And if they deny you, then already have those before them denied.
This denial is deeply rooted in human nature, when it is guided by selfish inclinations rather than by adherence to divine law. In reality, every individual or society that abandons the divine code of conduct revealed by Allah, the Exalted, and instead adopts man-made systems of law or morality, does so primarily to gratify their worldly desires. Human-devised systems of conduct, no matter how sophisticated, are ultimately shaped by human inclinations, ambitions, and self-interest. They are designed to serve the Creator's comfort, power, and status rather than universal justice or moral integrity. The wealthy, the powerful, and those entrenched in positions of influence are often the most resistant to divine guidance. Accepting the truth of Islam demands submission to a higher moral framework, one that imposes limits on greed, exploitation, and self-indulgence. It curtails the unchecked pursuit of desires and places moral responsibilities above personal gain. For those accustomed to privilege and influence, such submission threatens their social, political, and economic advantage. Therefore, they not only reject divine guidance for themselves, but also actively encourage others to follow their example, perpetuating ignorance and disobedience. Their priority becomes preserving worldly status and comfort, even at the cost of their spiritual and eternal well-being. This pattern of rejection is evident throughout history. The earliest opponents of the Holy Prophets, peace be upon them, were often the elites of society, those whose power, wealth, and social standing would be constrained by adherence to divine law. Their opposition was not a result of insufficient evidence or ambiguity regarding the truth. On the contrary, the signs of Allah, the Exalted, were manifest and clear before them. The rejection originated in the heart. Arrogance, pride, and the unwillingness to restrain their desires prevented them from submitting to the authority of their Creator. They clung to worldly pleasures and comforts, prioritizing them over eternal success. Thus, the denial of divine guidance is rarely a matter of rational debate over truth or falsehood. Instead, it reflects the human tendency to follow unchecked desires rather than moral accountability. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 25.
Their messengers came to them with clear proofs and written ordinances, and with the enlightening scripture.
Even when presented with undeniable evidence, clear signs, and guidance, those who are dominated by their desires may continue to reject the truth. The divine message is therefore not lacking clarity, but human hearts can be blinded by arrogance, selfishness, and the pursuit of immediate worldly gains. This reality underscores the importance of humility, submission, and the sincere effort to align one's life with the guidance of Allah, the Exalted, rather than following personal whims or societal pressures. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 25.
Their messengers came to them with clear proofs and written ordinances, and with the enlightening scripture.
Allah, the Exalted, has never neglected His creation. From the beginning, He has provided every nation with both law and wisdom, conveyed through the written ordinances and scripture revealed to them. The law represents the divine code of conduct that people must follow in order to correctly utilize the blessings they have been granted. By adhering to this law, individuals can ensure that they fulfill the rights of Allah, the Exalted, and the rights of other people, thereby establishing a society rooted in peace and justice. Without this law, there would be no clear framework to distinguish right from wrong, and people would struggle to organize their lives in a way that benefits both themselves and others. Wisdom, on the other hand, is necessary to understand and apply the law properly. While the law provides the structure and the rules, wisdom teaches people how to implement these rules effectively in daily life, so that they lead to true benefit for both the individual and society in this world and the hereafter. It is through wisdom that one understands the broader objectives behind the commandments, recognizing the long-term consequences of actions and the subtle ways in which justice, compassion, and fairness can be achieved. Wisdom ensures that knowledge is not misapplied or distorted, and it prevents people from reducing law to a rigid set of rules followed only superficially. Both law and wisdom are therefore essential to create a just and peaceful society. If law exists without wisdom, it can be misinterpreted, manipulated, or exploited to justify wrongdoing. People may find loopholes or technicalities in the law to serve their selfish interests or oppress others. Conversely, wisdom without law is equally insufficient. In such a situation, individuals may adopt a code of conduct based on their own definitions of what is correct and upright, without any objective standard. As discussed earlier, all man-made codes of conduct are limited by human knowledge, experience, and foresight, and are often influenced by biases, whether intentional or unintentional. Therefore, relying solely on wisdom without divine law can lead to injustice, confusion, and disorder. People may believe they are acting rightly while failing to fulfill the rights of others, ultimately preventing themselves from achieving peace of mind and preventing the establishment of peace and justice within society. By providing both law and wisdom, Allah, the Exalted, ensures that people have the means to live balanced, purposeful lives. The law guides them in fulfilling their obligations and maintaining justice, while wisdom enables them to act thoughtfully, avoid harm, and maximize the benefit of their actions. Together, law and wisdom form a complete framework for human life, allowing individuals to achieve both inner tranquility and societal harmony. Despite being granted a divine code of conduct that ensures peace of mind on an individual level and justice on a societal level, many people throughout history have persisted in pursuing their worldly desires and aspirations. By prioritizing fleeting pleasures over obedience to Allah, the Exalted, they disrupt the balance of their mental and physical well-being. Their misaligned focus causes them to misplace everything and everyone within their lives, leading to constant stress and unrest. Family relationships, friendships, careers, and wealth, which are meant to be sources of comfort and stability, instead become burdens that amplify anxiety and dissatisfaction. As they persist in disobedience, these individuals often direct their frustrations toward innocent parties, such as spouses, friends, or colleagues, blaming them for the stress and difficulties they themselves have created. In extreme cases, the severing of these meaningful relationships further accelerates their decline, resulting in mental disorders, substance addiction, and even thoughts of suicide. This pattern of self-destruction is evident when observing those who misuse the blessings granted to them, including the rich and famous. Despite enjoying abundant worldly luxuries, they frequently experience deep discontent, restlessness, and a sense of emptiness, demonstrating that material wealth alone cannot provide peace of mind. Furthermore, their continued neglect of the divine guidance prevents them from adequately preparing for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. As a result, the suffering in the hereafter for such individuals will be far more severe, reflecting both the neglect of divine instructions in this world and the compounded consequences of their actions. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 26.
Then I seized the ones who disbelieved, and how terrible was my reproach.
This verse serves as a powerful reminder against falling into a self-absorbed way of life, in which one's focus is confined solely to personal circumstances, while ignoring the broader realities that surround them. Such a narrow perspective blinds the heart from perceiving the wisdom embedded in history, personal trials, and the experiences of others. By neglecting these lessons, a person risks repeating mistakes, misusing the blessings they have been granted, and failing to achieve true balance in their life. Reflection upon these lessons, conversely, is one of the most effective means of refining character, cultivating patience, and attaining lasting inner peace, through maintaining a balanced mental and physical state, and correctly placing everything and everyone within one's life. For example, observing the wealthy and renowned who misuse their blessings reveals that worldly abundance cannot guarantee satisfaction or safety from hardship. Despite having comfort, power, and prestige, many of them succumb to anxiety, depression, addiction, or even suicidal tendencies. This illustrates that genuine tranquility cannot be bought through wealth, nor can it be secured by indulging unchecked desires. Similarly, witnessing the struggles of someone facing illness, poverty, or misfortune should inspire gratitude for one's own health, wealth, and capabilities, and motivate their proper use before these blessings are lost. Islam therefore instructs people to remain mindful, reflective, and attentive to the world beyond their immediate concerns. By observing the successes and failures of others, reflecting on one's own circumstances, and learning from history, a person develops wisdom, humility, and foresight. This approach ensures that they make practical, responsible choices in alignment with Islamic teachings, thereby achieving peace of mind in both worlds, strengthening faith, and maintaining balance in all aspects of life. After using history and human experience as evidence to encourage obedience, Allah, the Exalted, draws attention to signs within the natural world that indicate His oneness and His exclusive right to be obeyed. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 27.
Do you not see that Allah sends down rain from the sky?
The perfectly balanced water cycle serves as a clear indicator of a Creator's wisdom and power. Water evaporates from the seas, condenses in the sky, and falls as rain, sustaining all life on earth. Mountains play a crucial role in this system by neutralizing acidic rain, ensuring that it is suitable for consumption by humans, animals, and plants. This demonstrates the precise design of natural systems, in which every element serves a purpose in maintaining life. Moreover, rain is regulated in a delicate balance. Too little rain leads to droughts, famine, and scarcity, while excessive rainfall results in floods and widespread destruction. The meticulous balance in the quantity, timing, and distribution of rain highlights not only the mercy of Allah, the Exalted, but also His perfect knowledge of what is required for the sustenance of creation. Any deviation in this system would have catastrophic consequences, affecting human survival, agriculture, ecosystems, and the overall balance of life on earth. Through the rain, Allah the Exalted gives life to a lifeless land, causing the growth of various crops, plants, and greenery. This continuous process provides sustenance not only for humans but also for animals, demonstrating the mercy and provision of Allah the Exalted in maintaining the balance of life on earth. Despite all the advancements in agricultural technology, no human innovation can create life from a lifeless seed. This power lies solely with Allah the Exalted, who determines which seeds flourish and which do not. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 27.
And we produce thereby fruits of varying colors.
The diversity and variation in crops and fruits are a sign of the precise wisdom of Allah the Exalted. Even when the same land is watered by the same source, different plants and trees produce fruits of varying qualities, flavors, and colors. Chapter 13, Arad, verse 4.
And within the land are neighboring plots and gardens of grapevines and crops and palm trees, growing several from a root or otherwise, watered with one water, but we make some of them exceed others in quality of fruit.
This variation is evident even within a single tree, where no two fruits are exactly alike. Such differences clearly indicate that the outcome of growth and quality is not determined solely by natural or agricultural factors. Rather, it is the will and knowledge of Allah, the Exalted, that governs these processes. Observing this balance and diversity encourages reflection, gratitude, and recognition of the power and wisdom of Allah, the Exalted. It reminds people that all sustenance and provision ultimately come from Him, and that humans must utilize these blessings correctly as outlined in Islamic teachings so that they achieve peace of mind in both worlds, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. As the earth continuously spins at a high speed, it has been perfectly designed to sustain life. To ensure stability, Allah, the Exalted, has cast firmly set mountains into the earth, functioning as pegs that stabilize its crust and prevent excessive shifting. Without such stability, the movement of the earth's surface could make life impossible, causing massive earthquakes, floods, and other catastrophes. Chapter 16 and Nal, verse 15.
And He has cast into the earth firmly set mountains, lest it shift with you.
Beyond their stabilizing function, mountains serve a crucial role in the water cycle. They help retain and purify rainwater, which is slightly acidic when it falls from the sky, ensuring that humans, animals, and crops can utilize it safely. Rivers and streams often originate from mountains, providing a continuous supply of fresh, clean water. This demonstrates the intricate planning and wisdom of Allah, the Exalted, in creating a system that balances the needs of all living beings on earth. Mountains also display remarkable aesthetic and geological diversity, reflecting the creativity and knowledge of Allah, the Exalted. Neighboring mountains can appear in a variety of colors, illustrating different mineral compositions, soil types, and environmental conditions. A striking example is found in the Gansu province of China, where the so-called Rainbow Mountains display layers of red, white, and black hues, each reflecting unique geological processes. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 27.
And in the mountains are tracts, white and red of varying shades and some extremely black.
This variety is not merely for beauty. It serves as a sign for humans to reflect upon the precision and creativity of Allah, the Exalted. Similarly, despite the vast number of people and animals that come from the same species, each has been created in a distinct form, with differences in shape, size, and color. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 28.
And among people and moving creatures and grazing livestock are various colors similarly.
This diversity is a clear reflection of the mastery and infinite wisdom of Allah, the Exalted. It serves as a reminder that no two creations are identical, and that every individual has been endowed with unique characteristics, abilities, and circumstances. These differences are not random. They are purposeful, allowing each person to navigate their own path in this world. Life's experiences, challenges, and opportunities are tailored to the individual, creating a unique journey that ultimately leads to personal accountability before Allah, the Exalted, in respect to their intentions, speech, and actions. Reflecting on the uniqueness of each human being also serves as a powerful reminder of how each person will stand alone on the Day of Judgment. Just as no two people are alike in this world, each will be judged individually, based on how they utilize the blessings and guidance provided to them. This awareness encourages people to prepare for their journey back to Allah, the Exalted, by correctly using the resources and abilities they have been granted, as outlined in Islamic teachings. By doing so, they can achieve peace of mind in both worlds, maintain a balanced mental and physical state, and correctly place everything and everyone within their life. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 28.
Only those fear Allah from among His servants who have knowledge.
Knowledge of the signs of Allah, the Exalted, and understanding the wisdom behind creation, allows a person to cultivate consciousness of their responsibilities and to approach life with humility, reflection, and purpose. It transforms ordinary observation into spiritual insight, reinforcing the understanding that every blessing, trial, and encounter is part of a divine plan. Consequently, the reflection on diversity within creation becomes not only a recognition of the power and wisdom of Allah, the Exalted, but also a guide for practical obedience, spiritual growth, and inner peace. When one observes the creation, it becomes evident that Allah, the Exalted, possesses unparalleled power, authority, and control over all things, including the ultimate judgment of people. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 28.
Indeed, Allah is exalted in might.
The diversity, balance, and complexity of the universe, ranging from the vast cosmos to the smallest living beings, demonstrate His absolute might. Mountains stabilize the earth, rain sustains life, and humans and animals are created in unique forms, all testifying to His command over the laws of creation. From these signs, it becomes clear that He alone has the authority to hold people accountable for their intentions, speech, and actions. Every blessing, trial, and circumstance is a manifestation of His will, and no individual can escape His decree. Yet, despite this unmatched power, Allah, the Exalted, does not demand perfection from people. He does not expect humans to live without fault or error. Rather, He requires sincere effort, a consistent striving to obey Him by correctly utilizing the blessings He has granted, as outlined in Islamic teachings, and by refraining from persistent sin. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 28.
Allah is exalted in might and forgiving.
This balance of might and mercy highlights the perfect wisdom of Allah, the Exalted. While He possesses the power to punish, His forgiveness is always accessible to those who sincerely turn to Him, repent, and act according to His guidance. The expectation is not flawless conduct, but genuine intention and earnest effort to live righteously. By striving in this manner, people can achieve spiritual growth, protect themselves from the consequences of negligence, and secure peace of mind in both worlds, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Thus, the combination of divine authority and mercy serves as both a warning and a motivation. A warning to avoid neglecting one's responsibilities, and a motivation to seek the forgiveness and guidance of Allah, the Exalted, trusting in His perfect justice and compassion. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 29.
Indeed, those who follow the Book of Allah and establish prayer and spend in His cause out of what we have provided them, secretly and publicly, can expect a profit that will never perish.
Following the Holy Quran involves fulfilling its three essential aspects. The first is to recite it correctly and regularly, ensuring that its words are pronounced accurately and with proper respect. Recitation is not merely a ritual, but a means of internalizing the words of Allah, the Exalted, and connecting the heart to His guidance. The second aspect is to understand its teachings through a reliable source and knowledgeable teacher, ensuring that one's comprehension is correct and free from misinterpretation. The final aspect is to act upon its teachings with the sincere intention of pleasing Allah, the Exalted. True sincerity requires prioritizing the commands and prohibitions of the Holy Quran over personal desires, especially when these desires contradict divine guidance. Modeling one's character upon the teachings of the Holy Quran is the clearest manifestation of genuine sincerity. This was exemplified in the life of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, whose character perfectly reflected the guidance of the Holy Quran. His conduct, decisions, and interactions with others provide a practical example of how to implement the Holy Quran in every aspect of life. This principle is affirmed in a hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 1342, which demonstrates the importance of aligning one's actions with the teachings of the Holy Quran. An essential component of sincerity toward the Holy Quran is approaching it with the firm intention of understanding and acting upon all of its guidance, regardless of whether it contradicts one's personal desires. The individual who selectively follows only those parts of the Holy Quran that align with their whims demonstrates insincerity and will fail to gain the full benefit of its divine guidance. Chapter 17, Al-Isra, verse 82.
And we send down of the Quran that which is healing and mercy for the believers, but it does not increase the wrongdoers except in loss.
Furthermore, it is crucial to understand that while the Holy Quran can be a remedy for worldly difficulties, its primary purpose is not to serve as a tool for temporary relief from life's problems. A person who recites the Holy Quran only to address worldly needs, using it like a toolbox that is opened and closed at convenience, is failing to fulfill its true purpose. The central role of the Holy Quran is to guide a person safely towards success in the hereafter. Treating it otherwise is comparable to purchasing a car with many accessories but no engine. No matter how well decorated, it cannot fulfill its intended function. This analogy illustrates that insincere use of the Holy Quran, focused solely on worldly gain rather than spiritual and eternal guidance, reflects a lack of true devotion and understanding. Thus, a sincere person approaches the Holy Quran with reverence, regularity, and a commitment to practical implementation. They strive to allow its teachings to shape their character, guide their decisions, and prioritize obedience to Allah, the Exalted, over fleeting worldly desires. In doing so, they attain both spiritual benefit and inner peace, aligning their life with the eternal guidance of Allah, the Exalted. Establishing the 5 daily obligatory prayers is a central pillar of Islamic teachings and forms the foundation of a person's relationship with Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 29.
Indeed, those who follow the Book of Allah and establish prayer.
Prayer is not merely a physical ritual, but a comprehensive act of spiritual reflection and humility that connects the worshipper to the reality of the hereafter. Each movement and position in prayer carries profound symbolic meaning, reminding the individual of the stages of accountability they will face before Allah, the Exalted. By observing these stages consciously, one cultivates awareness of their ultimate responsibility, which guides their intentions, speech, and actions in daily life. The 5 daily prayers are deliberately spaced throughout the day to serve as recurring reminders of accountability. Each prayer provides an opportunity to pause from worldly preoccupations, reflect on one's conduct, and realign oneself with the guidance of Allah, the Exalted. When a person stands in prayer, It represents the posture in which all humans will stand before Allah, the Exalted, on the Day of Judgment. Chapter 83 Al-Mutaffifin, verses 4-6.
Do they not think that they will be resurrected? For a tremendous day, the day when mankind will stand before the Lord of the worlds.
Bowing in prayer serves as a reminder of the importance of submission to Allah, the Exalted. Those who fail to bow in life, both in physical form and through obedience, will face criticism on the Day of Judgment. Chapter 77 Al-Mursalat, verse 48.
And when it is said to them, bow in prayer, they do not bow.
Prostration represents complete humility and surrender. On Judgment Day, those who did not properly prostrate in their lives, by failing to submit to Allah, the Exalted, in all matters, will be unable to fulfill this act. Chapter 68 Al-Kalam, verses 42-43.
On the day when matters become dire, they will be invited to prostrate themselves but will be prevented from doing so. Their eyes humbled, humiliation will cover them. And they used to be invited to prostration while they were sound.
Sitting on the knees during prayer serves as a reflection of the posture of submission and fear that all will adopt before Allah, the Exalted, on Judgment Day. Chapter 45 Al-Jatiyah, verse 28.
And you will see every nation kneeling from fear. Every nation will be called to its record and told, today you will be recompensed for what you used to do.
By performing prayer with full awareness of these meanings, the worshipper strengthens their connection with Allah, the Exalted, and maintains a consistent commitment to obedience throughout daily life. Chapter 29 Al-Ankabut, verse 45.
Indeed, prayer prohibits immorality and wrongdoing.
Through this obedience, a person learns to use the blessings granted by Allah, the Exalted, in ways that are pleasing to Him, as outlined in the Holy Quran and in the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Chapter 35 Fatir, verse 29.
And establish prayer and spend out of what we have provided them, secretly.
Correctly using the blessings that Allah, the Exalted, has granted is a sign of sincerity and obedience, particularly when these blessings are employed in ways outlined in Islamic teachings. Wealth, for example, can be utilized either secretly or publicly, and both approaches carry profound significance. Chapter 35 Fatir, verse 29.
And spend out of what we have provided them, secretly and publicly.
Spending secretly demonstrates pure sincerity, as the individual performs the act solely for the pleasure of Allah, the Exalted, without seeking recognition or praise from others. Such acts safeguard the heart from arrogance, pride, or hypocrisy, ensuring that the reward belongs entirely to the one who intends to please Allah, the Exalted. It is essential to understand that any good deed performed for reasons other than seeking Allah's pleasure, whether for social approval, self-gratification, or fear of others, will not earn divine reward, neither in this world nor in the hereafter. This principle is confirmed in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 3154, which warns of the futility of insincere actions. On the other hand, performing good deeds publicly can also be appropriate when the intention is firm and sincere, aimed at encouraging others to act in similar ways. When done with this purpose, the individual not only attains the reward for their own actions, but also shares in the reward of those who follow their example in goodness. This is affirmed in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2674. Public acts of charity or beneficial action, when motivated by a desire to inspire righteousness, exemplify a balanced approach in using the blessings granted by Allah, the Exalted, combining both personal spiritual benefit and communal encouragement. Ultimately, whether one spends secretly or publicly, the key lies in the intention. Correctly using blessings such as wealth, time, knowledge, or abilities, guided by sincerity and awareness of divine accountability, ensures that the individual attains peace of mind in both this world and the hereafter. This approach cultivates a balanced mental and physical state, and ensures that all aspects of life, including relationships and responsibilities, are placed in their proper order, aligning personal conduct with the guidance of the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Chapter 35 Fatir, verses 29-30.
Can expect a prophet that will never perish, that he may give them in full their rewards and increase for them of his bounty.
In contrast to worldly standards, where people are often judged solely by the results they achieve, Allah, the Exalted, evaluates individuals based on their intentions and efforts. He values sincere struggle to obey Him, regardless of whether the outcomes are tangible or successful in worldly terms. Chapter 53 and Name, verse 39.
And that there is not for the human except that good for which he strives.
This demonstrates that it is the striving, the effort backed by a pure intention to please Allah, the Exalted, that carries divine significance. Even if the desired results are not achieved, a person who sincerely endeavors to obey Allah, the Exalted, attains reward and spiritual benefit. Their dedication to doing good nurtures inner discipline, strengthens faith, and cultivates peace of mind, contributing to a balanced mental and physical state, while ensuring that all aspects of their life, relationships, responsibilities, and personal conduct are rightly ordered. For instance, consider someone who undertakes a charitable project with the intention of benefiting others solely for the pleasure of Allah, the Exalted. Even if unforeseen circumstances prevent the completion of the project or limit its impact, the sincere effort itself is rewarded. Allah, the Exalted, appreciates such efforts and forgives unintentional shortcomings. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 30.
Indeed, He is forgiving and appreciative.
This principle reinforces the understanding that true success is not measured by worldly outcomes, but by the combination of intention and genuine effort. It encourages individuals to act with sincerity, maintain perseverance, and rely on Allah, the Exalted, for ultimate results, thereby fostering a life of inner tranquility and spiritual fulfillment. By striving in this manner, a person aligns their actions with the guidance of the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, ensuring long-term benefit in both this world and the hereafter. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 31.
And that which we have revealed to you of the book is the truth.
No matter how advanced human knowledge becomes, or how much progress a society achieves in understanding the mind, body, or social structures, people cannot create a system of guidance that perfectly addresses all aspects of life. Human understanding is limited and continually evolving, and even the most well-intentioned attempts to establish rules for living will inevitably fall short of encompassing the full complexity of existence. Individuals cannot foresee every situation, anticipate every consequence, or design a flawless framework that guarantees both personal well-being and justice within society. Only Allah, the Exalted, possesses complete and infinite knowledge of everything, past, present, and future. He alone has the authority and wisdom to provide a comprehensive guide for human conduct, one that clearly distinguishes what is beneficial from what is harmful, right from wrong, and leads to lasting peace of mind. The divine guidance revealed through the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, offers a code of conduct perfectly suited to human nature, ensuring that those who follow it can lead balanced, meaningful lives while preparing for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. History shows that when people adhered to this divine guidance, justice and harmony flourished within society, and individuals achieved inner stability and moral clarity. Conversely, abandoning it in favor of personal desires or man-made rules has consistently led to imbalance, injustice, and suffering. Recognizing this, people must approach divine guidance with sincerity, understanding that its instructions are designed for their ultimate benefit, even when they conflict with immediate comforts or societal trends. This relationship with divine guidance can be compared to a patient following the advice of a knowledgeable physician. The prescribed treatment may seem restrictive or difficult, yet the patient's compliance is essential to achieving health and well-being. Similarly, following the guidance of Allah, the Exalted, ensures spiritual, mental, and physical balance, protects against moral and social disorder, and secures peace of mind both in this world and the hereafter. A further indication of the divine origin of the Holy Quran, which serves as a compelling reason for people to accept and act upon it, is its role in confirming the unaltered teachings of previous divine scriptures, while also correcting any distortions that had occurred over time. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 31.
The book is the truth, confirming what was before it.
This highlights the consistency of divine guidance throughout history and underscores the Holy Quran's authenticity. Importantly, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, had no prior access to earlier scriptures, whether in their original form or in altered versions, a fact acknowledged even by the people of the book and non-Muslims in Mecca. Despite this lack of exposure, the Holy Quran accurately affirmed the truths of previous revelations and clarified the errors or modifications introduced by human hands. Chapter 29 Al-Ankabut, verse 48.
And you did not recite before it any scripture, nor did you inscribe one with your right hand. Then, i.e., otherwise the falsifiers would have had cause for doubt.
Since the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, had no opportunity to learn from or imitate previous scriptures, the accurate confirmation and correction of earlier teachings in the Holy Quran serve as a clear proof of its divine origin. This alone should inspire people to recognize its authority and act upon its guidance, ensuring that their intentions, speech, and actions align with the commands of Allah, the Exalted, thereby attaining peace of mind in both this world and the hereafter, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Since Allah, the Exalted, possesses complete knowledge of the intentions, speech, and actions of every person, He fully understands the reasons behind their acceptance or rejection of divine guidance. Some may turn away due to a lack of comprehension, while others may knowingly ignore the truth out of attachment to worldly desires, even when they recognize the truthfulness of the message. Chapter 35 Fatir, verse 31.
Indeed, Allah of His servants is acquainted and seeing.
Allah, the Exalted, then indicates a major cause of rejecting or ignoring divine guidance, even if one outwardly claims faith in it. Chapter 35 Fatir, verse 32.
Then we cause to inherit the book those we have chosen of our servants.
The description of the former scriptures, the Torah and the Bible, as being inherited by people like household items or cultural traditions, highlights a crucial point. Over time, successive generations gradually lost sight of the essence of divine revelation. Although they had access to knowledge from Allah, the Exalted, many failed to internalize and act upon it. Instead, they reduced their religion to a set of outward rituals and practices, mistakenly believing that mere performance of these acts was sufficient for salvation. They overlooked the deeper purpose of faith, which is to guide every intention, word, and action. Consequently, they misused the blessings they had been granted, neglecting to apply the teachings of their scriptures comprehensively. Chapter 35 Fatir, verse 32.
And among them is he who wrongs himself.
Some individuals adopted a selective approach, choosing which teachings to follow and which to ignore based on personal desires. This behavior is likened to wearing a coat that can be put on or taken off at will. Religion was treated as something flexible rather than a guiding framework for life. Chapter 35 Fatir, verse 32.
And among them is he who is moderate.
Yet there were those who understood the true purpose of divine guidance. It must be applied consistently in every aspect of life, both worldly and religious, and in relation to every blessing Allah, the Exalted, has granted. Chapter 35 Fatir, verse 32.
And among them is he who is foremost in good deeds by permission of Allah.
These individuals achieved a harmonious balance in their mental and physical state, correctly prioritizing everything and everyone in their lives, while preparing earnestly for accountability on the Day of Judgment. Such adherence to divine guidance brought peace of mind in both worlds. Chapter 35 Fatir, verse 32.
That inheritance is what is the great bounty.
True understanding, therefore, emerges only when religious knowledge is both acquired and consistently acted upon. Without this application, faith becomes hollow and lifeless, failing to guide one's actions and leaving a person disconnected from the blessings and responsibilities entrusted to them by Allah, the Exalted. Sadly, many Muslims have fallen into the same trap as previous communities. They often rely solely on a few physical acts of worship, performed without comprehension, assuming that these rituals alone guarantee success. When faith is reduced to mechanical acts, carried out in a language they do not understand, it loses its essence as a comprehensive way of life. This issue becomes even more pronounced when the next generation inherits this superficial practice. They come to view faith as no more than a cultural tradition, and over time may abandon even those minimal practices, perceiving them as irrelevant to contemporary life. For example, elders who migrated to Western countries often retained cultural expressions of faith, such as specific styles of clothing. However, their children, growing up in a different cultural environment, frequently discarded these practices, believing them to be cultural rather than spiritual essentials. This highlights a fundamental problem: culture and fashion are transient. If faith is mistakenly equated with cultural practice, it too becomes vulnerable to being discarded over time. This mirrors the experience of the people of the book, the Jews and Christians. Their synagogues and churches were once filled with devoted worshippers and seekers of knowledge. But when they abandoned understanding and relied solely on a few rituals, the following generation went further, neglecting even those outward practices. Over time, places of worship emptied, and faith was reduced to a name without substance. Older generations who retained some rituals often did so without grasping their deeper purpose, leaving younger generations without meaningful guidance. The children naturally questioned the relevance of faith if those who practiced it themselves could not explain its significance. Such ignorance fosters abandonment. When the foundations of understanding are weak, the next generation risks forsaking both belief and practice, choosing instead to follow their own desires. If Muslims fail to change this trajectory, by studying and acting upon Islamic knowledge and actively nurturing the next generation to do the same, they risk repeating the fate of the people of the book. They may remain Muslims in name only, without the guiding principles of faith shaping their lives. Faith can be likened to a delicate flame requiring constant tending. Just as a fire dies when deprived of fuel, faith weakens and may be extinguished if not nourished through consistent acts of obedience. Neglecting this spiritual sustenance endangers the very light that guides a person, leading to the greatest loss of all, the deprivation of peace in this world and salvation in the next. Thus, this verse stands as a timeless warning. It urges every generation to safeguard divine knowledge, to act upon it with sincerity, and to transmit it to future generations with understanding. Only through such deliberate and informed practice can faith remain alive, vibrant, and transformative, guiding individuals to peace of mind in both worlds, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life, and on a societal level, through achieving peace and justice by fulfilling the rights of people. Chapter 35, Fatir, verses 33 to 35.
For them are gardens of perpetual residence, which they will enter. They will be adorned therein with bracelets of gold and pearls, and their garments therein will be silk. And they will say, Praise to Allah who has removed from us all sorrow. Indeed, our Lord is forgiving and appreciative. He who has settled us in the home of duration out of His bounty. There touches us not in it any fatigue, and there touches us not in it weariness of mind.
These verses teach people that although it is possible to experience peace of mind in this life, by achieving a balanced mental and physical state, and by placing everything and everyone in their proper place through the correct use of blessings as outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, such peace is still incomplete. True, permanent tranquility exists only in the hereafter. No matter how comfortable a person's worldly life becomes, even if they reach a point where all duties have been fulfilled and nothing remains to occupy their mind, the realities of death, the grave, and the day of judgment will never allow them to find complete peace in this temporary world. These inevitable truths cast a shadow over worldly comfort, reminding people that this life is not the final home. Recognizing this reality helps a person remain patient when facing the challenges and uncertainties of life. It prevents disappointment when worldly peace proves fragile and fleeting. Most importantly, it motivates them to prepare for the hereafter, where true and everlasting peace is found, by striving for righteousness and remaining steadfast in obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Through this effort, a person hopes to attain the gardens of refuge and an eternal resting place, where the worries of this world, along with fear, grief, and hardship, will be replaced with everlasting tranquility. Just as true and lasting peace cannot be attained in this world, full and complete punishment is also not experienced here. This life offers only a taste of the consequences of one's choices. Thus, those who persist in misusing the blessings they have been granted inevitably fall into an unbalanced mental and physical state. They misplace priorities, misuse opportunities, and mishandle relationships, bringing upon themselves stress, hardship, and inner turmoil. Yet these worldly difficulties are only a small reflection of what awaits those who fail to prepare for their accountability on the day of judgment. Their ultimate suffering will be far greater in the hereafter, where consequences are complete and inescapable. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 36.
And for those who disbelieve will be the fire of hell. Death is not decreed for them, so they may die, nor will its torment be lightened for them. Thus do we recompense every ungrateful one.
Allah the Exalted cautions people to make use of the respite granted to them in this world before their lifetime comes to an end, for once they enter the hereafter, no further chances for repentance or personal reform will be given. Whoever wastes this opportunity will inevitably continue misusing the blessings they have been granted. As a result, they will arrive in the next life empty-handed, bereft of all good and overwhelmed with regret that will offer them no benefit whatsoever. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 37.
And they will cry out therein, Our Lord, remove us, we will do righteousness other than what we were doing. But did we not grant you life enough for whoever would reflect therein to reflect, and the warner had come to you?
Allah the Exalted not only grants a long period of life in which a person can repent and reform, He also fills that life with countless reminders of their ultimate accountability on the Day of Judgment. These reminders include divine revelation, the teachings and examples of the holy prophets, peace be upon them, witnessing death, experiencing sickness, and observing the signs of aging. This verse therefore calls every person to reflect deeply on the signs of Allah, the Exalted, so they do not fall into heedlessness, but instead prepare actively and sincerely for their reckoning. For this reason, a person must recognize a fundamental truth: nothing in creation occurs without a wise purpose, even if its wisdom is not immediately visible. Every situation, whether ease or hardship, is like a sealed bottle carrying a message. Yet people often become absorbed in examining the bottle itself, forgetting to read the message it contains. This happens when individuals become overly proud during times of ease and blessing, or excessively distressed during times of hardship, both of which distract them from understanding the lesson Allah, the Exalted, intends for them. Chapter 57, Al-Hadid, verse 23.
In order that you not despair over what has eluded you, and not exult in pride over what He has given you.
This verse does not forbid natural human emotions. Rather, it teaches the importance of balance, avoiding the extremes of excessive grief or excessive joy. Maintaining this balance enables a person to focus on the deeper message within each circumstance. By identifying, understanding, and acting upon these messages, a person elevates both their worldly and religious life. Sometimes the message is a wake-up call urging one to return to Allah, the Exalted, before their time runs out. At other times it may be a means of raising one's rank, wiping away sins, or reminding the heart not to cling to the fleeting material world and its temporary pleasures. If a person fails to reflect in this way, they will pass through life's events unchanged, benefiting neither in this world nor the next. But the one who reads the message within each moment grows, reforms, and strengthens their journey toward Allah, the Exalted. But when a person neglects the respite granted to them, and turns away from the countless signs sent by Allah, the Exalted, signs that highlight the urgency of obedience and the need to prepare for one's accountability on Judgment Day, they inevitably continue misusing the blessings they have been entrusted with. Every blessing, whether it is health, wealth, time, companionship, or intellect, is meant to be used in a way that pleases Allah, the Exalted. Yet when a person disregards the guidance embedded within divine revelation, life's events, and the examples of those around them, their blessings transform into burdens. This misuse gradually unravels their inner balance. Their mental and physical state becomes unstable, because they have lost the framework that correctly arranges the priorities, people, and responsibilities in their life. Everything becomes displaced. Relationships suffer, ambitions become misguided, and even success brings anxiety instead of peace. Worldly comforts, such as wealth, status, or social circles, may still surround them, but these are superficial layers masking deep internal turbulence. Without realizing it, they sink into cycles of stress, discontent, and confusion. Because they have ignored the signs of Allah, the Exalted, They cannot extract wisdom from their experiences. Ease makes them arrogant or heedless, while difficulty overwhelms them and pushes them further into misguidance. Their blessings no longer elevate them. Instead, they become sources of regret, conflict, and emotional exhaustion. Worse still, this state deprives them of the greatest preparation they need, readiness for their accountability on Judgment Day. They leave the world in the same condition they lived in, distracted by desires, resistant to change, and unprepared for the moment when every intention, word, and action is presented before Allah, the Exalted. It is then that the true consequences of their choices become clear. And when they finally face the hereafter, the suffering that awaits them will far surpass any hardship they encountered in this world. No amount of comfort, companionship, or influence they once enjoyed will benefit them. Worldly success cannot plead on their behalf. Friends who once encouraged their desires will abandon them. Even their own limbs will testify against them. In that moment of ultimate need, they will stand completely alone, without support or protection. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 37.
So taste the punishment, for there is not for the wrongdoers any helper.
This verse is a sobering reminder that ignoring divine signs does not merely affect one's worldly life, it shapes one's eternal destination. It invites every person to awaken, to use their time wisely, to pay attention to the messages embedded in every event, and to align their life with the guidance of Allah, the Exalted. Only then can one escape regret and attain true peace, both in this world and in the everlasting life to come. Not only does Allah, the Exalted, possess complete power to hold people accountable, but His perfect and infinite knowledge ensures that this accountability is both inevitable and inescapable. Nothing in the entire creation, whether in the vastness of the heavens or in the hidden depths of the earth, escapes His awareness. Every intention that arises in the heart, every thought that passes through the mind, and every action or word spoken in public or in secret is fully known to Him. A person may be able to conceal their motives from others. They may disguise their true intentions behind eloquent speech or polished behavior. They may even deceive themselves into believing that their inner states are irrelevant as long as their outward actions appear acceptable. But such illusions crumble before the reality, a divine knowledge. Allah, the Exalted, sees the sincerity of those who struggle to obey, even when they stumble, just as He sees the stubbornness of those who reject guidance despite recognizing its truth. This perfect awareness leaves no room for escape or denial on Judgment Day. At that time, there will be no confusion, no false claims, and no misrepresentation. Every person will be shown their life with absolute clarity, moments forgotten, whispers unheard by any human being, and decisions made in solitude will all be brought forth as undeniable evidence. The full truth will surface, because the one who records it is the one whose knowledge encompasses all things. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 38.
Indeed, Allah is knower of the unseen aspects of the heavens and earth. Indeed, He is knowing of that within the breasts.
This verse serves as both a warning and a mercy. It warns those who persist in wrongdoing, imagining that their hidden intentions will remain concealed. And it brings comfort to those who strive sincerely, knowing that even their smallest efforts unnoticed by people, are fully recognized by Allah, the Exalted. Such knowledge reminds every person that accountability is not merely a possibility, it is a certainty. It encourages mindfulness, sincerity, and humility, urging each person to purify their inner thoughts and align their actions with truth before the day arrives when every inner and outer reality is unveiled. Allah, the Exalted, then reminds people of the purpose of life in this world, whether or not they will correctly use the blessings they've been granted in this world as outlined in divine teachings. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 39.
It is He who has made you successors upon the earth.
Allah, the Exalted, warns those who persist in ingratitude by misusing the blessings He has granted them, that their actions ultimately harm no one but themselves. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 39.
And whoever is ungrateful upon Him will be the consequence of his ingratitude.
A person who continually misuses divine blessings closes the door to inner stability. Their lack of gratitude and obedience disrupts both their mental and physical well-being, leaving them unable to place people and matters in their correct position. As a result, the very things that should bring comfort, family, friendships, career, and wealth, gradually become sources of stress and agitation. If they persist in ignoring the guidance of Allah, the Exalted, they begin to blame external factors for their unrest. They may accuse their spouse, relatives, work, or environment for the turmoil that actually stems from their own choices. When they remove sincere and beneficial people from their lives, believing them to be the cause of their discomfort, their condition only worsens. This inward imbalance can grow unchecked until it develops into anxiety, depression, addiction, and even thoughts of self-destruction. This pattern is clearly visible in many who enjoy worldly luxuries, such as the rich and famous, yet are overwhelmed by internal distress. Their material success cannot mask the spiritual void caused by misusing the blessings they have been granted. Furthermore, their persistent ingratitude prevents them from preparing for their accountability on Judgment Day. Because they do not cultivate humility or obedience in this life, their punishment in the hereafter will be far more severe. And for those who claim to believe in Allah, the Exalted, yet persist upon ingratitude, there is an even greater danger: the gradual erosion of faith itself. Faith can be compared to a delicate flame that requires constant tending. A fire remains bright only when fuel is added. If neglected, it weakens and eventually dies out. In the same way, faith must be nourished through continuous acts of obedience, reflection, and gratitude. If a person abandons this spiritual upkeep, the light of faith may slowly fade until it disappears altogether. Losing this inner light is the most tragic loss a person can experience. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 39.
And the disbelief of the disbelievers does not increase them in the sight of their Lord, except in hatred, and the disbelief of the disbelievers does not increase them except in loss.
Ingratitude toward Allah, the Exalted, occurs when a person gives obedience to anything or anyone in a way that contradicts his commands. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 40.
Say, have you considered your partners whom you invoke besides Allah? Show me what they have created from the earth, or have they partnership with him in the heavens?
This verse clarifies that false objects of worship are not limited to idols or tangible beings. In fact, anything a person follows or obeys instead of Allah, the Exalted, becomes in essence their object of worship. This includes societal pressures, cultural trends, personal desires, influential figures, or institutions. Chapter 9 at Tawbah, verse 31.
They have taken their scholars and monks as lords besides Allah.
Although these religious leaders were not literally worshipped, their instructions were obeyed in ways that opposed Allah, the Exalted. Such obedience, when directed against divine guidance, is treated as a form of worship. Similarly, the Holy Quran illustrates this in the context of the devil. Chapter 36, Yasin, verse 60.
Did I not enjoin upon you, O children of Adam, that you not worship Satan, for indeed he is to you a clear enemy?
Most people do not literally bow to Satan, yet they follow his whisperings by obeying their desires or influences that lead them away from Allah, the Exalted. This demonstrates that true worship is not limited to physical acts, it is obedience. Anything that diverts a person from the commands of Allah, the Exalted, becomes a substitute master, whether knowingly or unknowingly. Those who obey other masters in place of Allah, the Exalted, soon find their lives dominated by conflicting demands. Like an employee attempting to satisfy multiple supervisors with different expectations, they are pulled in countless directions. The result is constant stress, frustration, and mental strain. Over time, this misalignment can lead to anxiety, depression, isolation, and even thoughts of self-harm. This is evident among individuals who appear to have wealth, fame, or influence, yet remain spiritually empty and unsettled. Obeying these false masters brings no benefit in the hereafter. Trends, idols, social pressures, or even powerful people cannot aid a person on the Day of Judgment. Only Allah, the Exalted, can provide salvation and guidance. The solution lies in abandoning all obedience that leads to disobedience of Allah, the Exalted, and dedicating oneself entirely to His commands. By correctly using the blessings He has granted, as outlined in Islamic teachings, a person achieves true balance and peace in both worlds. Their mental and physical state stabilizes, their relationships and priorities are properly aligned, and their heart remains free from enslavement to anything other than Allah the Exalted. True tranquility comes only from serving Him sincerely, for He alone brings security, fulfillment, and lasting success. Allah the Exalted cautions those who persist in disobedience that the systems of conduct they follow are not grounded in truth, knowledge, or divine guidance. Instead, these human-made codes are driven by personal desires, ambitions, and worldly inclinations. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 40.
Or have we given them a book so they are standing on evidence therefrom?
No matter how advanced human society becomes, or how much knowledge it acquires, whether in the realms of psychology, physiology, or social behavior, it remains impossible for people to devise a system of conduct that flawlessly aligns with human nature and accounts for every situation, circumstance, or challenge they may encounter. Humanity continues to discover new facets of the mind, body, and life itself, making it beyond human capability to establish a perfect framework for justice, balance, and true peace on their own. Only Allah, the Exalted, possesses the infinite wisdom and knowledge required to create such a code. As the creator of all things, His understanding spans everything that has happened, everything that exists, and everything that will occur. He alone can provide a standard that unmistakably separates right from wrong, benefit from harm, and ensures lasting peace of mind amidst the trials and stresses of life. History clearly shows that those who live according to Allah's divine guidance experience justice, harmony, and tranquility, both personally and within their communities. Every individual, therefore, must accept and follow the divine code of conduct granted by Allah, the Exalted, recognizing that it is in their ultimate best interest, even when it may conflict with personal desires or worldly inclinations. This is comparable to a patient who trusts the advice of a skilled physician. The treatment may be difficult or uncomfortable, yet it leads to true health and well-being. Likewise, adhering sincerely to Allah's guidance, even when it challenges one's habits or preferences, brings real balance, justice, and peace in this life, while preparing one for accountability in the hereafter. When a person turns away from the divine way of life, revealed by Allah, the Exalted, and instead embraces systems invented by human beings, this choice is ultimately driven by the desire to satisfy worldly impulses. Every framework constructed by people is shaped by human tendencies, ambition, self-interest, and the pursuit of personal advantage. Divine guidance, on the other hand, is founded upon perfect wisdom, fairness, and compassion, free from the biases and limitations of human thought. Those who hold wealth, social standing, or influence often become most attached to these man-made structures. They recognize, whether openly or deep within themselves, that acknowledging the truth brought by the holy prophets, peace be upon them, would require them to restrain their unchecked wants. Accepting divine guidance would compel them to abandon exploitation, curb their excesses, and exercise their authority with justice. Fearing the loss of their privileges, they reject the truth, and in doing so, they persuade others to walk the same path. Their aim is to secure their worldly comfort, even if doing so jeopardizes their ultimate fate. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 40.
Rather, the wrongdoers do not promise each other except delusion.
This behavior reflects a long-standing pattern throughout history. The first to challenge the holy prophets, peace be upon them, were frequently the societal elites, those who felt threatened by the moral accountability that divine revelation introduced. Their denial was never due to uncertainty about the authenticity of the message. The signs of Allah, the Exalted, were clear, compelling, and accessible. What prevented them from accepting the truth was a deep-seated pride and an unwillingness to surrender their desires. Thus, the rejection of divine instruction is rarely about a lack of evidence. It is more often a refusal to let go of ego, power, and unrestrained appetite. The struggle is not merely intellectual. It is a struggle within the heart, between worldly desire and sincere submission to the command of Allah, the Exalted. A major way people become misled, especially by influential figures whose only objective is to chase worldly ambitions, even if it means deceiving others, is through unthinking conformity to the dominant behavior of their society. In most communities, the norms and trends that shape public conduct are directed by those in positions of power, and their motives often revolve around preserving their status and fulfilling their own desires. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 40.
Rather, The wrongdoers do not promise each other except delusion.
Because of this, a person must be cautious about simply copying what everyone else does. The majority's actions frequently run contrary to the commandments of Allah, the Exalted. When someone notices that most people disregard Islamic teachings, they may assume that what is common must also be correct, and so they follow along without questioning. But truth is not determined by numbers. History repeatedly shows that beliefs upheld by the majority often collapse once accurate knowledge emerges, such as the widely accepted but false claim that the earth was flat. To imitate the crowd without thought is to behave like animals driven without awareness or purpose. Such mindless conformity leads to poor choices in worldly matters, and more dangerously in one's spiritual life. Chapter 6 Al-An'am, verse 116.
And if you obey most of those upon the earth, they will mislead you from the way of Allah. They follow not except assumption, and they are not but guessing.
Instead of surrendering one's judgment to social pressure, every person should make use of the intellect and insight granted to them by Allah, the Exalted. Sound decisions must be based on knowledge, evidence, and thoughtful reflection, even if this means going against prevailing trends. For this reason, Islam strongly criticizes blind imitation in matters of faith, and emphasizes the importance of understanding and practicing the teachings of Islam with clarity and purpose. Chapter 12 Yusuf, verse 108.
Say, this is my way, I invite to Allah with insight, I and those who follow me.
Allah, the Exalted, draws people's attention to the fact that since He alone manages the affairs of the entire universe, it is illogical and impermissible to give precedence to the obedience of anyone else over Him. Chapter 35 Fatir, verse 41.
Indeed, Allah holds the heavens and the earth lest they cease. And if they should cease, no one could hold them in place after Him.
The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, reinforced this reality in a hadith recorded in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2516. In this hadith, he teaches that every benefit or harm that appears in creation can only reach a person with the permission of Allah, the Exalted. No collective force in creation can assist someone if Allah, the Exalted, does not will it, nor can they harm someone if He has not decreed it. This establishes that only what Allah, the Exalted, allows will ever take place. This understanding does not negate taking practical measures, such as using treatment or seeking solutions, because these means were placed in the world by Allah, the Exalted. However, people must remain conscious that success or failure in those efforts is determined by Him alone. Many take medicine and recover, while others take the exact same treatment and remain unwell. This difference reveals the role of divine will. Chapter 9 at Tawbah, verse 51.
Say, never will we be struck except by what Allah has decreed for us.
A person who understands this principle recognizes that whatever befalls them, so long as it is not a result of their own wrongdoing, was never avoidable. Likewise, opportunities that pass them by were never destined to be theirs. Therefore, when an outcome is not what they hoped for, they should bear it with patience and trust that Allah, the Exalted, chose what is ultimately best for them, even if the wisdom is hidden from their understanding. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
Once a person internalizes this, they stop placing their hopes and fears in creation, realizing that people cannot independently bring benefit or cause harm. Instead, they turn wholeheartedly to Allah, the Exalted, seeking His help and protection by fulfilling what He has commanded, avoiding what He has forbidden, and facing their destiny with patience in accordance with the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This leads to genuine trust in Allah, the Exalted, and frees a person from fearing anyone besides Him. Recognizing that everything in one's life, and in the entire cosmos, unfolds by the decree of Allah, the Exalted, is a foundational part of understanding His oneness. This belief is far deeper than merely affirming with words that none is worthy of worship except Allah, the Exalted. When this conviction settles firmly in the heart, a person relies solely on Him and willingly obeys Him in every matter. Ultimately, people obey others only because they hope to gain something or avoid harm. Since benefit and harm belong exclusively to Allah, the Exalted, He alone deserves absolute obedience and worship. If someone chooses to follow another in opposition to Allah, the Exalted, it indicates that they wrongly believe this created being can offer what only Allah, the Exalted, controls. This reveals a weakness in faith. Because every outcome originates solely from Allah, the Exalted, obedience must be reserved for Him alone. Chapter 10 Yunus, verse 107.
And if Allah should touch you with adversity, there is no remover of it except Him, and if He intends for you good, then there is no repeller of His bounty.
Although Allah, the Exalted, governs every affair of the universe and possesses the absolute power to punish people immediately for their disobedience, He continually grants them time and opportunity to turn back to Him. Chapter 35 Fatir, verse 41.
Indeed, He is forbearing and forgiving.
This divine patience is a priceless gift, and every person must make use of it before it expires. Those who misuse the blessings they have been granted should not assume that the absence of visible punishment means they are safe from consequences. Delay is not cancellation. Many fail to recognize that their punishment often begins in subtle internal ways, long before the hereafter. When a person persists in misusing their blessings in disobedience to Allah, the Exalted, their own mentality and perspective become distorted. They lose emotional balance, struggle physically and mentally, and begin to misplace priorities and relationships in their lives. Their family, friends, career, and possessions, gifts meant to bring comfort, transform into sources of anxiety and tension. If they continue down this path, they shift the blame for their inner turmoil onto the wrong people and causes. They may accuse their spouse, children, job, or circumstances of being the reason for their distress. In doing so, they sever ties with those who genuinely care for them. This further damages their well-being and may lead them into deeper psychological instability, loneliness, sadness, depression, addiction, and even suicidal thoughts. This pattern is not hidden from the world. It is evident among many who possess abundant wealth, fame, and worldly success, yet live troubled, chaotic lives. Their material luxuries cannot compensate for the spiritual confusion and emptiness caused by persistent disobedience. And ultimately, their greatest regret will not be in this world, but in the hereafter. Because they wasted the respite granted by Allah, the Exalted, and failed to prepare for their accountability on Judgment Day, their suffering in the next life will surpass every hardship they faced in this one. Allah, the Exalted, then turns the attention of the non-Muslims of Mecca to their own past claims. The idol worshippers of Arabia used to argue that they were the true heirs of their ancestor, the Holy Prophet Ibrahim, peace be upon him. When they looked at the people of the book, who had received divine revelation, and were sent multiple holy prophets, peace be upon them, they insisted that if Allah, the Exalted, ever sent them divine revelation and a holy prophet, peace be upon them, they would be far more obedient and righteous than those earlier communities. Chapter 35 Fatir, verse 42.
And they swore by Allah their strongest oaths that if a warner came to them, they would be more guided than any one of the previous nations.
However, when their hopeful claim was finally tested, they failed. The perfected and final revelation was sent to them through the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, yet they recoiled from it. Because the divine message challenged their worldly ambitions and personal desires, they turned away, even though they recognized the truth of what he brought. Chapter 35 Fatir, verse 42.
But when a warner came to them, it did not increase them except in aversion.
Their rejection cannot be attributed to a lack of understanding. The non-Muslims of Mecca were unmatched in their mastery of the Arabic language. They instantly recognized that the Holy Quran was far beyond human composition and could not be the speech of a created being. Moreover, they had lived alongside the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, for 40 years before he announced his prophethood. They knew his character intimately, and had never once accused him of falsehood. Chapter 10 Yunus, verse 16.
For I had remained among you a lifetime before it. Then will you not reason?
It was also well known to both the people of the book and the Meccans that the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, had no exposure to previous divine scriptures. He did not read, study, or write any scripture. He had no opportunity to learn the altered or original teachings, that those earlier communities possessed. This absence of prior knowledge only strengthens the case for the divine origin of the Holy Quran. Chapter 29 Al-Ankabut, verse 48.
And you did not recite before it any scripture, nor did you inscribe one with your right hand. Then, i.e., otherwise the falsifiers would have had cause for doubt.
The reaction displayed by the non-Muslims of Mecca was not unique to their era. The very same pattern is visible today. When a person chooses a way of life grounded in obedience to Allah, the Exalted, especially if it differs from the behavior of those around them, it often unsettles others. Such a choice silently exposes the weakness of decisions made by individuals who have placed their personal desires above divine direction. As a result, those who remain committed to a righteous path frequently face criticism, sometimes even from within their own families. Broader society adds further pressure. Media, fashion industries, and cultural trends constantly press individuals to adopt a particular lifestyle, while values rooted in the obedience of Allah, the Exalted, are consistently depicted as obstacles to worldly aims such as wealth, status, and influence. Industries that encourage excess and unrestrained indulgence naturally resist Islamic principles, which call for responsibility, moderation, and conscious restraint. Their irritation becomes fuel for open hostility toward Islam, most visibly spread through public platforms. People who sincerely try to live by Islamic teachings that call for measured enjoyment of blessings and restraint of harmful desires, often face opposition from those who live without limits. In the Holy Quran, such behavior is described as lowering one's dignity to the level of instinct-driven creatures. These individuals not only turn away from Islam, but also attempt to divert others from practicing it, by inviting them to lifestyles shaped entirely by unregulated desires. They frequently target particular aspects of the faith, such as the dress code for women, in an attempt to weaken the appeal of Islamic values. Yet thoughtful people can see the inconsistency in these criticisms. Those who condemn Islamic dress remain silent about the strict uniforms demanded in professions like the military, law enforcement, medicine, business, or education. Their selective outrage reveals the superficiality of their objections. In reality, it is Islam's emphasis on self-discipline that they find uncomfortable, because it confronts their pursuit of unrestricted indulgence. Chapter 35 Fatir, verse 43.
Due to arrogance in the land and plotting of evil.
In the midst of such pressures, it is vital that a person remains resolute in obeying Allah, the Exalted. This steadfastness brings inner harmony and shields them from destructive influences, even when that protection is not immediately obvious. When a person uses their blessings in accordance with divine guidance, they achieve a balanced state, intellectually, spiritually, and physically, and they organize their life in the correct order while preparing for the accountability of the Day of Judgment. Such obedience results in tranquility in both this world and the next, granting stability in ease and strength in adversity, along with immense reward. Those who chase social approval at the expense of divine commands, however, lose true peace. Their misuse of blessings leads to disorder within themselves, misplaced priorities, and neglect of the hereafter. Even if they enjoy material comfort, they experience turmoil, hardship, and inner conflict. Chapter 35 Fatir, verse 43.
But the evil plot does not encompass except its own people. Then do they await except the way of the former peoples. But you will never find in the way of Allah any change, and you will never find in the way of Allah any alteration.
To maintain a firm and unwavering mindset, a person must cultivate strong faith. This strength of faith is what keeps one devoted to Allah, the Exalted, whether circumstances bring ease or difficulty. Strong faith is not inherited, nor does it develop accidentally. It is nurtured through learning, contemplation, and consistent practice of the guidance found in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. These sources make it abundantly clear that sincere obedience to Allah, the Exalted, is the path to lasting peace in this world and eternal safety in the next. In contrast, those who remain ignorant of divine guidance hold a weak and unstable form of belief. When their desires conflict with what Allah, the Exalted, commands, they are easily swayed because they lack the knowledge and certainty required to resist temptation. Their misunderstanding blinds them to the reality that true peace comes only by restraining the ego and submitting to divine instruction. Therefore, every person must make deliberate efforts to strengthen their faith by seeking knowledge and implementing it. Faith is not preserved through claims alone, it is preserved by living in accordance with revelation. When a person uses the blessings they have been given in line with divine guidance, they bring harmony to their inner self and maintain proper focus in all areas of life. This disciplined approach keeps them prepared for the day of judgment and leads to success in both realms. In this world, it grants stability, clarity, and serenity. In the hereafter, it brings eternal reward and security. Strong faith is thus the shield against misguidance, the light that illuminates the path of righteousness, and the foundation upon which true, enduring tranquility is built. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 43.
But the evil plot does not encompass except its own people. Then do they await except the way of the former peoples. But you will never find in the way of Allah any change, and you will never find in the way of Allah any alteration.
This verse serves as a profound reminder against falling into a self-absorbed mindset, where a person's focus is limited solely to their own circumstances, ignoring the wider realities and lessons surrounding them. Such a narrow perspective blinds the heart to the wisdom embedded in history, personal trials, and the experiences of others. Reflection on these lessons is a key method to cultivate sound character, avoid repeating mistakes, and achieve lasting inner peace, through attaining a balanced mental and physical state, and by correctly placing all aspects of life, including relationships, responsibilities, and blessings, in their proper context. Observing the lives of those who have been granted wealth, status, or influence offers striking examples. Many such individuals, despite their comforts, fall prey to anxiety, depression, addiction, or even self-destructive behaviors, because they misuse their blessings and pursue unchecked desires. This demonstrates a timeless truth. Genuine tranquility and contentment cannot be purchased with wealth or achieved through indulgence alone. Similarly, witnessing the struggles of those afflicted with illness should inspire gratitude for one's own health and encourage its mindful and purposeful use before it is lost. Islam emphasizes that humans must not live as though the world revolves solely around their own needs or whims. Instead, one should constantly reflect on the signs of Allah, the Exalted, and the realities of life. The Holy Quran reminds people to observe the lessons of past communities who ignored divine guidance and suffered the consequences, as well as to reflect on the natural world, which is filled with examples of balance, harmony, and interconnectedness, designed to teach human beings wisdom and gratitude. Practical reflection on one's surroundings also fosters empathy and perspective. Seeing someone overcome adversity through patience, perseverance, and reliance on Allah, the Exalted, serves as a model for how blessings, whether health, wealth, or time, should be used in alignment with divine guidance. Likewise, witnessing injustice, misfortune, or loss reminds a person of the impermanence of worldly matters, and encourages them to prioritize what truly matters: obedience to Allah, the Exalted, preparation for the hereafter, and the proper stewardship of their blessings. Ultimately, Islam calls upon individuals to rise above the narrow lens of personal preoccupations. By remaining mindful, reflective, and attentive, a person can extract the wisdom hidden in both ease and hardship. This approach cultivates a life of balance, gratitude, and foresight, ensuring that mental, physical, and spiritual well-being are harmonized, that blessings are used wisely, and that people and priorities are placed in their correct positions. Through this reflection and conscious effort, one attains not just fleeting worldly comfort but lasting peace of mind, tranquility, and preparedness for accountability in the hereafter. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 44.
Have they not traveled through the land and observed how was the end of those before them? And they were greater than them in power. But Allah is not to be caused failure by anything in the heavens or on the earth. Indeed, He is ever-knowing and competent.
Allah, the Exalted, concludes this chapter by highlighting His immense mercy and forbearance. Despite the disobedience and wrongdoing of people, He does not punish them immediately. Instead, He grants them numerous opportunities to repent, reform, and redirect their lives toward obedience. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 45.
And if Allah were to impose blame on the people for what they have earned, He would not leave upon the earth any creature.
This verse reminds people that without the respite granted to them, the consequences of their actions would be immediate and overwhelming, affecting all of creation. His mercy provides a period of respite during which individuals can reflect, correct their mistakes, and strive to use the blessings they have been granted in accordance with His guidance. However, Allah, the Exalted, also emphasizes that this respite is not indefinite. There is a fixed term for everyone, and eventually, every soul will face the consequences of their actions, both in this life and in the hereafter. Chapter 35, Fatir, verse 45.
But He defers them for a specified term. And when their time comes, then indeed Allah has ever been of His servants seeing.
Those who fail to recognize the wisdom behind this temporary leniency, and falsely assume that they will escape punishment entirely, are in grave danger. By persisting in disobedience and misusing the blessings they have been granted, they destabilize their lives. Their mental and physical well-being becomes unbalanced, and they misplace everything and everyone in their lives, relationships, responsibilities, and resources alike. Without using this life to prepare for accountability on the Day of Judgment, they invite stress, hardship, and suffering. Even worldly comforts, wealth, or status will offer no relief from the consequences they have earned. In essence, this verse serves as both a reminder and a warning. The mercy of Allah, the Exalted, mercy provides opportunities, but human responsibility demands action. By seizing this period for reflection, sincere repentance, and righteous conduct, a person can attain balance, tranquility, and preparedness for the eternal accountability that awaits them. Failing to do so, however, ensures both spiritual and worldly turmoil, no matter the apparent ease of one's current life. Therefore, a person must sincerely embrace the teachings of Islam, following them for their own benefit, even when these principles conflict with personal desires. This obedience is not meant to impose hardship, but to guide a person toward a balanced and harmonious life. It is comparable to a patient who, despite disliking bitter medicine and a strict regimen, follows their doctor's instructions because they trust it will restore health. Similarly, adhering to the guidance of Allah, the Exalted, ensures that a person achieves equilibrium in their mental and physical state, correctly prioritizes relationships and responsibilities, and places all aspects of life in their proper perspective. Human knowledge, despite its advancements, is inherently limited. Science, psychology, and social understanding can provide useful insights, but they cannot fully resolve the complexities of life or establish a complete framework for human well-being. Advice and expertise, while valuable, are constrained by individual biases, limited experience, and incomplete understanding of future events. No human system can guarantee true peace of mind, complete justice, or the ability to navigate every challenge of life with clarity and wisdom. Only Allah, the Exalted, possesses perfect, all-encompassing knowledge, encompassing everything that has happened, is happening, and will happen. He alone is capable of providing a system of guidance that distinguishes clearly between right and wrong, beneficial and harmful, and that enables humans to live with inner harmony and spiritual balance. Allah, the Exalted, has revealed this perfect guidance through the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Those who follow this guidance and use their blessings correctly experience clarity of purpose, mental and physical stability, and a life structured according to divine wisdom. In contrast, those who ignore this guidance, regardless of wealth, status, or comfort, experience confusion, stress, and imbalance. Even material abundance cannot replace the peace that comes from aligning one's actions with divine principles. Observing the lives of those who misuse their blessings, often wealthy or influential individuals who struggle with anxiety, depression, addiction, or broken relationships, demonstrates this reality. Their luxuries may mask inner turmoil temporarily, but they cannot create true, lasting tranquility. Importantly, Allah does not demand blind obedience. He invites people to reflect, reason, and recognize the wisdom of His guidance. This intellectual engagement strengthens faith and makes obedience meaningful. Blind imitation or thoughtless adherence does not fulfill the purpose of guidance. Rather, true faith is cultivated through understanding, reflection, and action. Chapter 12, Yusuf, verse 108.
Say, this is my way, I invite to Allah with insight, I and those who follow me.
In addition, Inner peace is not merely an intellectual concept, it originates in the heart, the center of spiritual awareness. Allah, the Exalted, alone governs the hearts, determining who attains true serenity. Chapter 53 and Name, verse 43.
And that it is He who makes one laugh and weep.
Thus, spiritual tranquility is granted only to those who obey Allah, the Exalted, by using their blessings according to His guidance. Mental and physical balance, correct prioritization of responsibilities, and preparation for accountability on the Day of Judgment all stem from sincere adherence to the divine code. Those who neglect this guidance may enjoy worldly comforts, yet their lives remain unbalanced, their hearts restless, and their priorities misaligned. The benefits of following divine guidance extend beyond individual well-being. When a person applies Islamic teachings, their interactions with family, friends, and society become more just, compassionate, and meaningful. They learn to manage anger, exercise patience, show gratitude, and make decisions rooted in fairness rather than selfish desires. Conversely, ignoring these principles often leads to fractured relationships, constant dissatisfaction, and a life dominated by anxiety and regret. Islam offers a comprehensive approach to life, addressing the body, mind, and soul. It guides individuals to use their wealth, health, knowledge, and time responsibly, while maintaining accountability to Allah, the Exalted. True success lies in obeying this guidance, achieving peace of mind, and cultivating resilience against the pressures and distractions of life. In essence, Allah, the Exalted, provides not only spiritual salvation but also practical tools for living a balanced, meaningful, and fulfilling life. Those who recognize this, reflect upon it, and act accordingly, attain serenity in this world and eternal reward in the hereafter, while those who neglect it risk confusion, distress, and spiritual loss. Ultimately, faith and obedience are not abstract ideals, they are the foundation for real, tangible benefits. They provide clarity in times of confusion, strength in moments of hardship, and direction when faced with difficult choices. By following the guidance of Allah, the Exalted, a person aligns their life with the wisdom of the Creator, securing both worldly harmony and eternal success. Chapter 16 and Nahl, verse 97.
Whoever does righteousness, whether male or female, while he is a believer, we will surely cause him to live a good life, and we will surely give them their reward in the hereafter according to the best of what they used to do.
All praise is due to Allah, Lord of the worlds, and may peace and blessings be upon His final messenger, Muhammad, his noble family and companions.